I don't believe you. Audio check. Greetings, everyone. Welcome in. When it Thursday, am I right? How's it going, Kiki? My glasses are not entirely clean. 1 second. But I am otherwise ready. I was very proactive this morning. Got ready, did a bunch of stuff. Thursday mornings are very busy now. Monday and Thursday are meal prep days at the house. And on Monday, I can like casually do my part of the meal prep, just kind of like throughout the middle of the day. And then the lady does, you know, her part when she comes home. But Thursday, if I want to do my normal stream schedule and whatnot, I have to do all of my meal prep responsibilities in the morning before the little guy wakes up. You got a new job, congrats. That's very exciting. A lot of new jobbers in the community right now. Or, you know, a handful, I guess I should say. Okay. Let's go ahead and switch over to the screen. Howdy. Welcome in. It's Thursday. We're going to play Final Fantasy X-2. I'm feeling good and feeling nice. We have some housekeeping to do up top before we get started. Where to start? Let's just start with some feelings. In general, I am just feeling very, especially smitten by video games the last week or two, which I'm sure sounds really silly, because I've been an avid fan of video games for basically my entire life. But there's just been there's been a very special through line the last week or so that's just really made me want to just like not do anything else but play video games. But in like a, you know, very like wholesome, nostalgic, excited, eager kind of way, not like a toxic, like depressive kind of like I want to shut myself off from the world or anything. Just like, wow, there's so many great games and they're so cool and I want to experience them. There's also been a very Final Fantasy IV shaped hole in my brain lately, because there's all these like different factors that have gone into it being like especially on my radar. Like I feel like there's like a low simmer of thinking about Final Fantasy, specifically replaying old ones that I really like in my brain kind of just all the time. And you know, it can ebb and flow depending on if I'm playing something that's similar or part of the same series, or you know, seeing somebody else play it, or, you know, hearing a song, whatever it may be. Different things can make it spike. I'm very much one of those, like, you know, what's your favorite Final Fantasy? The one that I played the most recently, or the one that I'm playing right now, in a lot of regards. I have kind of like a definitive hard-locked top 4, but anyways, that's not the purpose of this. This aside. I've been especially fixated on Final Fantasy IV the last like week or two. And I was trying to break down like all the different things that are factoring into it. So B is playing Final Fantasy IV right now because she's on a journey to play through like the whole series, including like a bunch of like weird spin-offs and stuff, which is wild. I don't know how she's going to get through all that. Although I know 2 other people that are doing a very similar thing, but they've been at it for a lot longer. Or I guess I know 3 people that are doing a very similar thing. But anyway, B is playing Final Fantasy IV right now, and she's playing the 3D version, which I've actually never done a full playthrough of, and would love to do. So that's been on my brain. And then Spectrum Branch was playing the Japanese version of Super Mario RPG as a learning exercise for himself, which I thought was so very cool. And we had talked about, you know, what are some other games that are like approachable enough and maybe I'm familiar enough with that I could do something like that, because I really like that idea. And we talked about this, I think it was just on Tuesday, maybe it was last Thursday, Friday. And SNES was like, you should do Final Fantasy IV, or you could do Final Fantasy IV. And I was thinking like, yeah, I'm not like familiar, I don't feel familiar enough with FF4's dialogue to feel like I could figure out a lot of stuff without just looking it up, or like I wouldn't notice differences like I would with something that I'm like hyper familiar with like Ocarina of Time or something. But then I have been working my way through Andrew Blewett's YouTube series of Final Fantasy retrospectives, because they're really, really exhaustive and like historical over emotional, which I really, really enjoy. Like he deep dives into like the state of the country of Japan at the time, and like other video games, and what was going on in all these different people's lives, and why were they here and not there, and you know, different like what's happened since the last game, and like all these other things that I really, really like. And I was reminded of the existence of Final Fantasy IV Easy Type, which is not a game I would have ever thought about playing. It's the easier version of the Japanese version of Final Fantasy IV that got reworked into the version in the US that we got. But it's also easy type in that, like most people associate the title Easy Type as like, oh, it's dumbed down for Americans and the game is easier. Well, that is true, but in addition to that, it's also made easier for Japanese children, which means that none of the text has kanji. It's just hiragana and katakana, which would make it perfect for someone who's trying to learn a very rudimentary form of the language to be able to get through it a little bit easier. So that like reintroduced that idea into my thought. I was like, oh, that would be a really interesting way. And then, you know, there's like the FF4 side games that I am doomed to want to play at some point, and am committed to playing at some point. Yeah, Pokemon Gen 1 is a really good candidate, Kiki. That's like right up there with Ocarina of Time, because it has a lot of text, but it's a very short game. And because I'm so familiar with those games, I wouldn't really need to read any of the text to be able to play the game. Maybe like the attack names. What I would probably do would, instead of playing red or green, would be to play Japanese blue, which is what our red and blue was based off of. That was like their 1.5 yellow version, but not actually yellow version. They got yellow version later. I think yellow version was the first like simultaneous release in the franchise, actually. Or like, you know, roughly simultaneous. I'd have to look that up. But yeah, that's a good shout. That's probably a little bit more approachable than Ocarina of Time, but both of those would work because they're both games that I could play without knowing any of the text. And actually, Ocarina of Time would even be easier because everything is graphical in that game. Whereas like Pokemon Red and Blue, I would at least need to be able to look at the 4 attack types or 4 attack names and be like, okay, which one of these is Water Gun, so that I don't leer on Brock's Geodude or whatever, But in Ocarina of Time, it's like, okay, I don't really need to know that says hook shot, because I can see that my cursor is highlighting the hook shot. And then I can just go to the item that I want and then see the word and associate it. But they would both be really, really good playthroughs for study, I think. And also, the Gen 1 Pokemon games probably don't have a lot of kanji in this for the same reason that Final Fantasy IV Easy Type wouldn't, because it was geared towards kids, and they probably would have only used like more basic ones, if any at all. So that would be cool too. Not that I don't want to learn kanji, or that I don't know any. Like I do know some, but it's just such a vast pool. Like you can never know them all. It would be cool to like look them up and like learn them as I play the game, I guess. But I probably just need better tools, but it's really hard to look up a kanji, because like what do you look up, You can't like copy paste it because it's on a TV screen, and you can't like phonetically type it out because you don't know what it says. So you have to know how to like parse out the different like components that make it up and see like, oh, this plus this plus this, like what kanji are these 3 things put together, and then try to like visually match it up. It's like a little mini game in and of itself. Okay. Let's actually talk about the things we need to talk about before we start the game. We went a little bit over on Tuesday. I was yapping because I had the big announcement. I guess first things first, to revisit the big announcement. I am playing a concert in October in Minneapolis. It's going to be off the chain. The roof will be raised. If you're going to be anywhere close to the Minneapolis area, midweek in October, definitely come out to this show. Not just to see my group and support us, but also to mix it up with all the VGMCon folks, probably some 2DCon folks as well. 2DCon is helping promote, which is a convention that my band has performed at many times. But VGMCon will actually have a presence at the event, so some of the organizers will be there, staffers, and people who frequent the event. If you've never been to VGMCon before, they'll probably try to convince you to go, which you absolutely should. But primarily because Bit Brigade, the headlining band, is one of my favorite bands, VGM or not, and they put on a fantastic show. And I don't get to go to Minneapolis very often, and usually when I'm playing a show with my band, it's at a convention that costs somewhere between $40 and $100 to go to, so that's pretty prohibitive to people who just want to see a band play a show. I think tickets to this show are like $15 or something like that, so it's a lot more reasonable. I forgot to make a command for the tickets link, so I'm just gonna go grab it again. This is their full tour schedule. So this is not a direct link to the show that I'm playing in, but I'm assuming you can find it based on the date and the city. But I intentionally post this link because, naturally, not all of you and most of you don't live near this show and won't be able to go to it. But you should go see them when they are near you, because they're amazing and they have all kinds of great supporting acts. Looks like the Megas are going to be joining them for some of their tour dates. Those will be awesome shows. They're actually on tour with a new game right now called, well, you guys know what Mega Man X. I don't know why I'm going to say called, but this is a new game for them, and I'm excited to go see it when they come through town here next month and kind of chop it up with them and get hyped about this show in October. Anyways, that's that. Now, we also have our round 2 matchups for the tactical RPG bracket happening. Also, hello, Broken Quest. Welcome in. I saw your message, and I forgot to react to it outwardly, but I reacted to it inwardly. Yeah, I love the 3D version of FF4. I like all the little interstitial dialogue that you get depending on which character you're playing as, like as your party leader. When you pause the game, they will have like a little introspective thought above their head, and they change throughout the game depending on what's happening in the plot, and you'll get a little bit of a different experience just depending on who you're playing as. And some of those are really, really cool. It's an entirely unique translation of the game. No other versions of Final Fantasy IV have that same translation. It was done by somebody who really, really wanted to do it justice from like the original Japanese script. So it's like kind of the most accurate, but it also has a lot of like cut things from the original script because it just wouldn't fit, even from the Japanese version, but especially in the original English version. Like everything is like super truncated and condensed. Yeah, and plus I want to play the like super hard version as well of FF4. Anyways, tactical RPG bracket. We're likely coming up on the end of this game that we're playing today, Final Fantasy X-2. And when we finish a game on this channel, we choose the next game via a poll that we run in the Discord. And what I typically do is I pick 3 options from the backlog that are games that I'm interested in. And then I make the community narrow it down to 1 and tell me which of those 3 games they're the most interested in seeing me play. Or I always tell people, I like to post an estimate for how long I think each game is going to take. And I always like to tell people, hey, if you don't like any of these options, vote for the one that's the shortest, because it'll get you to a new poll sooner. So for RPG games, naturally, all the games on the poll are RPGs. We've done significantly less RPGs on this channel than other types of games because of the inherently long nature of RPGs, and because I used to only stream them once a week. Now it's twice a week, so that helps a lot. This is the first full RPG that I have streamed 2 days a week. Tactics, well, actually, no, that's incorrect. Tactics was entirely done bi-weekly. We switched to bi-weekly in the middle of Suikoden 4. Now I'm getting my timeline straight. I was trying to remember when my son was born, because that's when that change happened. He happened in the middle of Suikoden 4, or towards the end of Suikoden 4. So naturally, the bi-weekly RPG play has us getting through them a lot quicker, which is great. It makes it fresher in my brain. It makes it a more cohesive set of streams and VODs, I think, because I have a little bit more ducks in a row, and we get to play more games, which is ultimately the goal of this channel. So my selection process post Final Fantasy Tactics, after a little bit of background, for those of you that don't know, Final Fantasy Tactics was this like gatekeeper in my collection for a while. I love tactical RPGs. I've played a lot of tactical RPGs in the past, but at a certain point I decided, you know what? Because I haven't played Final Fantasy Tactics, and I really, really want to, and I really want to play more tactical RPGs in general, I'm not going to allow myself to play any other ones. I'm going to resist the urge and focus all of that excitement into a proper first playthrough of Final Fantasy Tactics. And then once I play Tactics, I'll let the floodgates be open and let myself play other tactical RPGs. And it'll be great, it'll be fun, it'll be exciting. So that was my plan for like 4 years. I basically decided this right after Vaughn stopped streaming and I took over the channel as the sole person. And he was in the middle of a playthrough of Final Fantasy Tactics. And that was part of the inspiration, was me kind of getting rekindled, like, I've got to play this game. So I started putting it on polls from the very first time that we started doing RPG polls, which was way back in 2021. And then it became a meme that every time I did an RPG poll, I would put the same 2 games on it, Final Fantasy Tactics, and the current Dot Hack series game that I'm on, which is Part 3, and then some other game. The very first RPG poll was Dot Hack Part 3, Final Fantasy Tactics, and Wild Arms 3, because those were the 3 RPGs that I was most interested in playing at that very moment in time. And Wild Arms 3 won, and I wasn't sad about it. I was excited to play all 3 games. We played Wild Arms 3, it took a really, really long time, and it came time to do another RPG poll, and I decided, you know what? I still really want to play .hack, and I still really want to play Final Fantasy Tactics, so I'm going to put them on the poll again, and then I'm going to put a third game on there. And, well, the third game won again, and I was like, okay, that's fine, you know, but flash forward several more years, and that just kept magically happening over and over and over. There were a couple times where people commissioned games off of Ko-fi, where you can just pay me money to play a specific game, and that means there's no poll at all, so that pushes back the poll until that game is over. And then there was actually maybe just one or two. There's either one or two times where somebody added a game to an RPG poll with channel points, and that game won. So that's another poll lost by Tactics and .hack. But miraculously, after we finished Suikoden 4, we did .hack, we did Final Fantasy Tactics, and we did Suikoden 5, and miraculously, Tactics finally won, commandingly, if I recall correctly. So Tactics finally happened. So now that Tactics has finally happened, the floodgates are open, and I've got the itch to play more tactical RPGs, and I can finally allow myself to do that. So I put together a list of all the tactical RPGs that I currently have in my collection. There are certainly more of them that I want to play, but I don't have an easy capacity anymore to just like go on eBay and buy a game that I want to add to the collection, because I don't work anymore. So I wanted to focus on games that I already had and had access to. Obviously, there are certain games that I could emulate with a fair bit of ease and still be able to play on hardware, but I still wanted to focus on games that I owned physical copies of, just to keep the pool decently small. And we came up with a list of 12 games, and now we're trying to narrow it down to one game. And the one game will go on the next RPG poll after we finish Final Fantasy X-2. Because I figured, okay, instead of just 3 random RPGs, let's have 2 RPGs and 1 tactical RPG, so that I always have a chance to play another one, and so that folks in the community that like tactical RPGs, that enjoyed the Tactics playthrough, that liked me getting really in the weeds with mechanical stuff, whatever, can vote for more of that. Because I feel like all those things kind of work together. So that was the impetus for this bracket that we're working on. So I split the list up into the 12 games, and then I took 4 games that were the ones I was most interested in playing, and immediately moved them into round 2 of the bracket, and because it just worked that way nicely with an even number. And then the first round of matchups was the other 8 games. Well, we've done that already. We spent 8 weeks going through and having everybody vote on these 4 different, 4 weeks. 4 weeks going through and everybody voting on these different 4 matchups for the bottom 8 games. And now we're in round 2. But because we need to speed up the process, because apparently 10-2 is ending very soon, sooner than I thought it would, we need to get through this bracket so that we have our winner for the next poll. So, all that to say, this week we're running 4 different matchups at the same time. And participation has been really good so far. So, if you're in the Discord and you've already voted, I'm sorry that this is all repeated information, but I'm just going to keep harping on it. I'll try not to spend too much more time on it, since that little background was completely unnecessary, really, but I wanted to share it. On the left side of this list here are all 4 of the games that I put at the top of the pecking order that got a first round bye to round 2. Bahamut Lagoon, Arc the Lad, Triangle Strategy, and Fire Emblem, Shadow Dragon, and the Blade of Light, which is the very first Fire Emblem game for the NES that we never got remade and released digitally for the Switch. But it's still like an 8-bit game. It's not like remastered or anything. It just has a bunch of quality of life and a proper translation. On the far side of the column, the right side, are all of the games that won their matchup in round 1 and earned their spot in round 2. So we have Phantom Brave for the PS2, which is made by the same people as Disgaea. It's got a brighter, more colorful, whimsical aesthetic, but very similar mechanically. Has a lot of the same characters. Gene d'Arc for the PSP, we would play that on hardware. That is a fantasy tactical RPG story based on both historical stuff and like mythos surrounding Joan of Arc. The third game, Tactics Ogre Reborn, is Yasumi Matsuno's kind of first magnum opus before he got hired on to do Final Fantasy Tactics. So the most similar game to Final Fantasy Tactics, both plot-wise and mechanics-wise, is definitely that one. And then last and certainly not least, and hard to read on your screen right now, I apologize, is Fire Emblem Awakening, which probably doesn't need much of an introduction. That's the 3DS Fire Emblem that blew up in the West and sparked the kind of new, modern Fire Emblem formula that is quite popular in the West versus the retro Fire Emblem formula that's a little bit more hardcore and more granular and not as like focused on these like emotional character stories necessarily. So those are the 4 matchups. If you go into the polls channel of the Discord, you will see one post that has all of these matchups detailed. You add an emoji react for each matchup, so you should vote 4 times on which games you'd most like to see move forward. With the exception of the Fire Emblem matchup, number 4 down there, Fire Emblem 1 versus Fire Emblem Awakening, all of these matchups are really close. The way this works, which is very specific to this tactical RPG bracket and is not like the other polls that we normally do, if the votes are close or if they're tied, I will still ultimately make the final call on what moves forward to the semifinals. But if the vote is a blowout, if there's a big disparity between one game and the other, I will forego my own personal feelings and emotions and vote for the significantly more voted for game. So currently, Fire Emblem Awakening has a very strong lead over Fire Emblem 1. So if that poll doesn't move by end of stream tomorrow, maybe early Saturday, Fire Emblem Awakening will likely move forward to the semifinals and face off against whatever wins the modern poll of Triangle Strategy versus Tactics Ogre. And then the top 2 matchups that are the older games, those 2 winners will face off in a semifinal next week as well. So next week there will be a semifinal, or there will be 2 semifinals. The winner from match 1 will face off against the winner of match 2 in a semifinal, and then the other semifinal will be the winner of match 3 versus the winner of match 4, which is looking to be Fire Emblem Awakening. So if you haven't voted, or if you want to change your vote, make sure you go in there and do that. And we have an altered schedule next week as well. So if you usually only tune in for Thursday and Friday streams and you're not here for the Tuesday stream, or you don't check Discord, you're not in the Discord for the Monday updates or whatever, be on the lookout, especially next week, because there will not be a Thursday or Friday stream next week. I will only be streaming on Tuesday next week, but we're still running the semifinal. So make sure you're locked in for that if you really care about which games move forward here. There is a link in the chat, or I'm going to put a link in the chat for the actual bracket. If you want to look at this bracket, if this graphic on the screen is stun locking you, or it's ugly and you don't understand the structure, or if you just want to look at the bracket, here is a link in the chat, and there's also a preview of it on your screen right now. But that's what you can expect. So we'll have this bracket solved in 2 more weeks. Next week we'll do both of the semifinals, and obviously, if we somehow beat Final Fantasy X-2 today or tomorrow, which I don't think is going to happen, then we'd have to figure out filler content for 1 week, 2 weeks from now, before we run the next poll. But that's it. But my plan is to butt right up against the end game of 10-2 this week, And then next week there's no 10-2 because altered schedule. And then the following week will be the same week as the final round of the bracket. And hopefully we'll finish Final Fantasy X-2 the same week. And, you know, we'll figure it out from there. There will probably have to be some filler content somewhere because I want to make sure that the vote for the new RPG can run for a full week. So theoretically, if we finish the bracket and Final Fantasy X-2 at the same time, I'll need to do something for 1 week while the new poll runs. So we'll see what happens there. But I'm gonna do my best to not have the pacing of Final Fantasy X-2 be influenced by any of this other stuff. I'm trying my best to just play the game how I want to play it and how I would play it in a vacuum. I'm not trying to like speed it up or slow it down or end at a specific time. I want to just play it however I play it. But I have a rough idea about how I think it's gonna go time-wise. Okay, I think that's everything. And look at that, it's 12:01, perfect timing. I do owe a wheel spin from Tuesday. We had a wheel spin come in late from Poop, and he graciously asked that we do it Thursday at the top of the stream. So let me go ahead and let her rip one time for Poop, which is a very funny sentence to say. I'm going to swap to the roaming mic, and we're going to go over here and let her rip. First spin of the day, so pink and orange are locked. Let's see what we got. I don't think Poop is here, but thanks for getting us closer to that sub-goal stream. The lady and I have been looking forward to playing more Grim Fandango. It's been a while. That's a pink wedge. No Discord Despot for Poop, unfortunately, which would have been a massive upset. But that'll unlock a soda tasting, which we'll do later in the stream today. I'll try to give a heads up before it happens. And that unlocks pink wedges for the rest of the stream. So if somebody else lands on Discord Despot, they can dethrone Draconics, or maybe we'll land on an art time. Those are pretty rare. All right, we're back on the regular mic, and it's time to play some Final Fantasy. Let's go back over here. Pause the Pushmo, and here we go. Oh yeah, speaking of Final Fantasy and the next RPG poll, Dot Hack Part 3 will be returning on the next poll. Much like Tactics, I'm committed to putting that game on every poll until it wins. So if you're tired of seeing that game on a poll, the only way to get it off is to vote for it. And if that game does win, it's very possible that we would just immediately follow it up with Part 4, like without a poll. Because I think it just makes sense. And also I think it's not very long. It's more like a 4-disc game that released all 4 discs as separate SKUs than it is 4 different video games. I can't hear anything. It's one of those games where all of your like decisions and stuff carries over from your save file to the next game. Even more so than something like, Suikoden or Arc the Lad. Like, it really is just the same game. Like, all of your items, all of your character progress, literally everything. It really is just, like, please insert the next disc type of continuation. Continuous story and everything. It's a 4-part game. I think I made the speakers too loud. Hold on. It's a very delicate dance. These speakers have so much dynamic headroom that the tiniest little adjustment. Oh yeah, Kiki said something about Fire Emblem. Three Houses is a good melding of old and new. Hardcore character-driven story while having modern quality of life features. Yeah, I've heard really good things about Three Houses. I think I would probably be a little bit overwhelmed by it because of how it's like kind of like three games in one, and I wouldn't know which one to choose. And I know there's just a lot of content in the game, but I have a feeling that I would definitely like it. Oh, I didn't know that, Kiki. Or if I did, I had forgotten. Aelise, shout out, longtime community member and IRL friend and bandmate, played a lot of Three Houses, and I think she did all of it. I don't remember why we were here at the mountain, but I think there's something here that we were trying to find, and I was like wandering around assuming that I would just find it, but then I didn't. So I'm gonna take another look here really quick. But we're in this weird state with the game right now where we're kind of just doing like wrap-up stuff. We have access to like the full map, and there's a lot of like super boss kind of things. There's some mini games. And it's very much like, hey, the training wheels are off. Here's a bunch of stuff that you can go and do. It seems pretty clear where the end of the game is, or like where the like chain of events is gonna start, I guess, for endgame. And where we would need to go to kick that off. Okay, I think I did go this way already, and we didn't find anything. Because this is the way to Macalania or whatever. I have encounters on because we want AP. And as a matter of fact, I need to check the abilities. Make sure we're learning what we want to be learning. Shinzantetsu. Instantly defeats all enemies? That's never gonna work. Halt pending action seems really good. Shell and protect also seems really good. We'll learn that and dismissal. Alright, Riku's on a straight and narrow. Double max HP. Yeah, we definitely want that. For, These both seem really good, too. We'll go after these after Howl, if we can. This song is so, Skies of Arcadia with the, like, accordion shredding. Three Houses is like Persona big when all the routes are combined. Yeah, and I like bounce off of that kind of thing. It's like too big. A lot of people get burnout when trying to go through all the routes. Yeah, that's a big reason why I don't ever want to play a Persona game. Not because I think that I wouldn't like them, or anything like that. There's just too much. There's just too much in a Persona game, to the point where I'm like not attracted to it. I can't do it. It's too big. There's too much freedom, there's too much content. There's just too much in general. I've enjoyed watching other people play them because they get to break through the decision paralysis for me. And then, you know, it's like I'm just watching like an anime at that point. Especially with like Persona 5. They seem like really good stories. And I'm not like super into the like tropes and aesthetics of Persona. But I'm not like against it or anything. But like if you told me to watch an anime and I asked you what it was about, and like if a big part of the premise is that there are like kids in high school or college, I'm gonna be like, okay, you know, and I'm gonna be like hoping that there's some kind of twist that makes it more interesting. But if it's just about, like, you know, relationships or drama or whatever, I'm gonna bounce off of it pretty hard. And obviously, you know, Persona, there is more to it. Which is why it still interests me. But not enough to play the game. I'd rather consume it as a visual media. You're writing a P5 retelling with your own twists and turns? Oh, very cool. Now, Kiki, you just need to storyboard that and make it into an anime. And then call me when it's done and I'll watch it. Yeah, if only, right? Oh, speaking of anime, the lady and I have been watching a metric hecton of Attack on Titan. It's a first-time watch for her. It's a rewatch for me. And it's been really fun. Like, her and I have watched a few anime together before. And she has enjoyed them. But she's never gotten this into an anime before. She's, like, really hooked. So that makes it exciting for me. And I love being the, you know, the rewatcher or the replayer next to the first-timer in, like, any kind of media, or even, like, you know, in, like, an amusement park kind of context. I like being the tour guide or the vicarious, you know, liver, whatever you want to call it. And, man, Attack on Titan really benefits so much from a rewatch. Like, I'm not big on rewatching stuff in general. I very rarely do it. Because it just, you know, it doesn't hit the same as it did the first time. But Attack on Titan is almost like a different show when you're watching it for the second time and you, like, know things. To the point where it feels very deliberate that they wanted people to rewatch the show through that lens, because there's so much breadcrumbing, but not like in a way where it's like, oh, they just left all these breadcrumbs so that they can point back to it and say, see, we didn't retcon this, we planned it, you know, the seed was planted or whatever. Like, that's perfectly valid, but it goes so far above and beyond that to like really thoughtfully have, like, certain things play out in the foreground or the background that really matter way later on, that a first-time watcher isn't going to pick up on because it's not presented as significant, but also they're not going to remember that it happened because it'll be, like, you know, a season and a half later, and the show doesn't necessarily go back and show it to you again to remind you, like, hey, remember when this happened? Sometimes it does, but not every time. So there's been a lot of moments where we were watching, like, season 1 or season 2, and something happens and I was like, whoa, I didn't remember that they showed this early on, you know, and it has these, like, massive ramifications to things that happen later. And they're just setting it up right in front of you, but you don't know that something's being set up. It's very cool. So I'm having a great time with it. It doesn't feel like something you'd enjoy personally. Yeah, it's certainly not for everybody. I mean, it's, like, very viscerally violent, which is not something that I typically gravitate towards. But it's also, like, super emotionally heavy and morose. It's very nihilistic at times. It's extremely bleak. It's not a feel-good show. You know, there's a lot of, like, gray morality. There's a lot of situations where things are like super allegorical to like modern society corruption, you know, like rich, powerful people behind closed doors making decisions that kill innocent people, very, you know, and taking it very lightly, you know, all kinds of stuff like that. That's like can like really mess with your emotions and your psyche a little bit. It's a lot. So I can see why certain people don't like it. And then even within the fandom, there's also these like microcosms of the different seasons too, because the different seasons are focused on different things, and some people like how it starts, but not what happens later, or vice versa. Yo, what's up, Smash? How you doing?
I'm sorry, I have to say no.
Thank you for the honest review.
This is...
I love the 1-2 punch. The bullet ball 1-2 punch. Welcome in, good sir. Happy Thursday. I just can't go this way. I don't remember this path from before. But yeah, like season 1 of Attack on Titan is like really, really action-packed, and story-wise, it's pretty black and white. You know, like it's very clear who like the good guys are and who the bad guys are and what the goals are, and the world building is good, but it's straightforward and all that sort of thing. And then season 2, the action really calms down, and it's more of like a thriller, like low simmer mystery, and the plot gets a lot more complicated and complex. And a lot of people really didn't like that turn. You know, they got introduced to it as an action show, and, you know, maybe they liked the more straightforward plot delivery as well, which is perfectly valid. You know, I don't agree with the, like, elitist argument of, like, oh, well, sorry you couldn't handle the twists and turns, plebeian. You know, not that thing. But yeah, the violence is a huge barrier, because even with the second season being less action-y than the first season, it's no less violent. And yeah, it's a lot. It is extremely graphic, and you know, some people have weird standards when it comes to like violence and gore. Like you'll watch something that completely makes your stomach turn and makes you feel awful and makes you feel like you need to like take a shower and like cry. And they'll be like, well, that show's not that violent. That's not that gory. And it's really weird how people's goalposts move with stuff like that. But for me, when it comes to like violence or any type of like negative theme that can impact me emotionally when I'm watching something or playing a game, the implication of it or the mention of it is kind of equally as powerful as just showing it. But it doesn't seem that way for everybody. I've come to learn over the years. You know, like something being described doesn't really hit them the same way as actually seeing it happen. But for me, it's kind of exactly the same. Or it could even be worse. So you have both of those things happening in Attack on Titan, where like the really, really graphic stuff that might be slightly off camera in other shows to like keep ratings down or keep it accessible is just front and center, shown in detail, which is very powerful. But there's also these really, really like vivid descriptions of really messed up things, whether it's violence or corruption that's extremely like obviously allegorical to our world. And it does have a very strong effect on me emotionally. I think if Attack on Titan wasn't an anime and it was all done in like live action, I don't think I'd be able to watch it. I think it's one of the main factors that allows me to still consume it without just feeling completely awful emotionally. But it does still make me feel pretty awful. yeah, I had to kind of make a carve out and an exception for that show. Because previously, the most violent anime I had seen up to that point would have been Claymore, which is still pretty violent, but it's definitely less violent. Like, it's a more cartoonishly violent thing that's easier to downplay, and it's really not anywhere close to Attack on Titan. But what got me with Titan was I was just surfing for a new anime. Back when Hulu was free and had anime, if y'all remember those days. Which I discovered a lot of cool shows via that method, so I feel compelled to shout it out, but it feels weird now. That's how I discovered my favorite show of all time, Monster, was just surfing the anime section of old-timey free Hulu. But I got hooked on Attack on Titan because... Or not hooked, it's not why I got hooked on it, but the reason why I checked it out and watched it was because it had the same director as Death Note, and I'm a big Death Note fan. And I was like, oh, that's pretty cool. Or same writer or something like that. Like the head person. One of the prominent creative forces is the same. So that had me immediately interested. I didn't know anything about the premise. And I was also excited by the idea that I had never really watched like a new, like currently airing anime since Bleach, and I had stopped watching Bleach at that point long since, and I kind of missed that, you know, like I was enjoying watching shows that were complete that I could just consume at my own pace and know that I wouldn't have to, like, you know, wait for it to catch up or wait a week between each episode. That had its own novelty, but I had done that for long enough that had kind of waned, and I missed the, like, weekly anticipation factor that I used to get when I was caught up on Bleach and watching it. And I was like, so those two factors combined made me want to watch Titan. And then I don't remember super vividly, but I remember watching the first couple of episodes and just being like, man, this is intense. I don't know if I can do this. But, like, the acting was so good. The premise was so interesting to me. And, you know, the animation was good. All those factors were just like, well, I'll just keep watching it. And, you know, if I get grossed out to the point where I'm not enjoying it, I'll just stop watching it. And I just got more and more invested with every episode that came along. And so I watched the whole show. But we're deep into season 3 now. And a lot of the, like, really, really big stuff that's a little more prescient in my memory of the show has started to happen. And I'm really excited for the rest of Season 3 and Season 4 in my rewatch. Because there's a lot of stuff that I did not understand when watching the show, like, while it was airing. Oh, we've got an ad coming up soon here. Let me fire up a prediction really quick here, just for funsies. We actually haven't done one for this matchup. It's been a blowout. Link versus Kirby. Kirby is yet to win. So, you know, vote with your discretion. But we've got two more rounds to go with Link versus Kirby, and then we're going to be switching over to a new matchup for the next 11 ad breaks, which will be Pikachu versus Fox. That's going to be an interesting one. Well, we've pretty much covered all of Gagazet now, and we haven't found anything, so I don't remember what was supposed to be here. Not this particular area, just on the mountain. It seemed like there was some kind of implication in the flavor text that there was going to be, you know, a side mission here of some kind. What was that WIMP acronym? It looked like the... It looked like the Wasp was trying to do some kind of buff spell on the Helm monster, but it went by so quickly that I didn't really catch what was going on. You got a growing pile of donations for the museum in New Horizons. Nice. I still never played New Horizons. After my very powerful addiction to Animal Crossing, I decided, you know, I can't, I clearly don't have the capacity to play this game casually, so I have to just not play it at all. So I had to, like, watch all of the marketing for New Horizons and, like, raise my eyebrows and widen my eyes at how cool it seemed, and just know that, like, you're not allowed to play this game. It won't work. Don't tell yourself that you're just gonna play this game a little bit. Just don't buy it. And so I didn't. Oh, I didn't get to choose when the ad started. Okay, I'll be back in 3 minutes, folks.
This game's winner is Kirby.
Folks, I don't know if you've seen the screen, but look what just happened. Kirby won, and he won commandingly. What level was that? How did Link fall off the stage 6 times? Link actually got more KOs, but he fell off the stage 6 times. Holy moly. And of course, one person believed in Kirby, but unfortunately they just get their points back. In the shock of the century, Kirby stops the shutout, making our score 9-1 after 10 rounds. Only one more to go before we switch matchups, but the pink ball stopping the allegations of the shutout king. So, Kirby will now go back to only having one shutout against him, which is also tied with Yoshi and DK, who have also been shut out in one matchup. Kirby was on his way to 2, but he wasn't about to go quietly into the night, apparently. Okay, let's go back to the game. I knew it. The little guy is very upset with me in the background. He's been very anti-nap this week, which I think is a pretty common thing for a lot of babies to do, where he definitely needs to take a nap. He's very obviously tired, but doesn't want to take a nap because there's all these new exciting stimulations, you know, visually, tactily, etc. And he can't do any of those things if he's asleep, so why would he want to sleep? He wants to touch things and grab things and play and make noise and all these things. Okay, we learned No Fear really fast. Raise Evasion and Cast Haste? That seems better than Dismissal for sure. And we already learned, or wait, no, I'm thinking of something else. Dismissal does seem good. I was thinking that was the instant kill move. But this is better. So we'll learn this before Dismissal. So cause one enemy to flee? Well, this doesn't really seem useful. I was really hoping we'd get one more Dress Sphere to start working on a third one for Riku, because I don't really like any of the rest of these as a third for her. But I guess we'll just have her Master Thief and see if something happens. I'm not going to have her learn any of these other ones, I don't think. There's got to be at least one more Dress Sphere we can find. We know that there are 3 or 4 more in the game, and I'm sure a lot of them are missable. But it's really surprising to me that we haven't found more than we have. We've only found 3 dress spheres. We found Lady Luck, Samurai, and Berserker. We started the game without a couple of these other ones, but they felt more like they were unmissable, and they happened through like main plot points, which were Gun Mage, Black Mage, White Mage, I think. But I could be misremembering that. Okay, and then Pain's abilities. We don't care about Itch Proof. We want Unhinge. Okay. We're almost done combing this mountain. It has been a surprisingly good place to farm AP. These enemies die pretty quickly. We get through all these encounters really, really fast. There don't seem to be a lot of like annoying gimmick enemies that hit us with like weird status or instant death or anything. I say as I get put to sleep and poisoned. But it's been pretty reasonable, in my opinion.
Sorry we had to win.
So if we decide to farm EXP or AP or anything at some point, this is going to be the top of my list so far. Let's get rid of this poison. Potion up. We are also picking up high potions here from battle, which basically gives us a bottomless supply. Like, I keep using them, but every time I go to use more, I have 99 again. Which is pretty awesome. I haven't even had to use any regular potions. But yeah, we should be back at the bottom now. Yep. So yeah, I don't know what we're missing here. We did get a scene when we first arrived here, but it seems like we need to find Garrick to kick something off, and I don't know where he is. Maybe he's not here. Maybe we needed to come here to start the you know, set some flag, and now we need to find Garrick somewhere. I don't know. You prefer to hold the Switch light compared to the normal Switch? I believe it. I mean, just it being a one-piece construction makes it feel more kind of solid, but, you know, it's slightly lighter weight, a little bit smaller. I've held a Switch Lite, I think, only once, but it was very comfortable. And the buttons are way different than the Switch 1 buttons. They're less clicky and more smushy. What am I doing? We're gonna go to the airship. All I have written down from last time is Cactuars plus talk to Garrick, question mark, which is what I was trying to do there, was talk to Garrick. But I couldn't find him. So yeah, they're both talking about that as well. So let's try looking at the comm sphere of the mountain. And maybe we can, because this is where we kind of started this process. We saw Garrick here at the hot spring, kind of having a soliloquy moment.
No use. It's frozen solid.
Oh, see, and that's like the... Where is that? That looks like it might be Garrick. That's the mountain gate. Let's go back to the hot springs, maybe? Yeah, I don't mind the style of the Joy-Con buttons at all. They're very reminiscent of the 3DS buttons, which I don't mind at all. but there's really no travel to the buttons whatsoever. And that's a big sticking point for a lot of people, I think. Like, you know, something like a Super Nintendo controller is a, you know, incredible controller, feels very responsive and tactile, but the buttons have a little bit more squish and travel to them, and I think some people just prefer that feel. Okay, let me try going back to Gagazette one more time after seeing that. You're not picky on stuff like that? Yeah. And I'm sure there's plenty of people that aren't either. But I've definitely heard a lot of people complain about the Joy-Con buttons. Oh, this says episode concluded. Okay, well that feels really definitive. We just didn't get a fanfare for it. Okay. Let's revisit what we've got here. Xanarkand Ruins feels like the continuation of the actual plot, so I'm avoiding it. Because the flavor text makes it sound like it's the end of the game. Wanna go take another look before the final battle? Like, that's like, what? I think it's probably okay to go there, because I think what will actually move the story forward is telling Brother which hole we want to jump in, which is hilarious. So we have the Cactar quest. We have a Fiend Cave in Thunder Plains. We have a fighting tournament at Mushroom Rock Road that I failed to find. So we might try to find that again. And there's a super boss at Jose Temple. Everything else, I believe, is complete. Let me double check here. Yeah, all these episode completes, episode concluded. I don't know what the difference between episode complete and episode concluded is. Maybe I'm reading too much into that and they're just the same thing. Okay, this one is the campaign for the travel agencies. I could not care less. Tell you what we're going to do. I'm going to save, and then we're going to go to Xanarkand and see what happens. Because if Xanarkand is not moving the plot forward, I'd like to go ahead and cross it off. But if it feels plotty, I'll reset. You hate mechanical keyboards because of how much force you have to use to get them to respond? Yeah, I had a phase, actually, where I got really hooked on, like, laptop-style keyboards, where they're, like, really slim and minimal travel. And I was like, man, I can type so much faster on these than I can on, like, a traditional mechanical keyboard, even if it's not, like falling under the rigid definition of mechanical. You know, just a standard keyboard. But at a certain point, I ended up reverting. And I was like, okay, I want the old school keyboard feel again. And I don't have, like, a fancy mechanical keyboard. I just have, like, a... my go-to for getting new keyboards is going to Goodwill, actually.
It's finally quieted down, huh?
Unless you know of, like a corporate tech business that you can, like, dumpster dive.
Yeah.
Or, you know, look up their, like, electronics recycling place.
I have to learn to be stronger, even places full of memories. Even a place like this can't last forever. I need to accept that. You want to not care? That's not what I'm saying.
Just be yourself.
Riku, why did you leap over the fire and your friends? Why wouldn't you just walk around? Also, Over the Fire and Your Friends is a new Dragon Force single that I just released.
Perhaps one day I'll find something more precious. But until that day comes, I want to protect this place.
I like that all the monkeys are here.
The monkeys can't do it alone.
She mentioned them.
Maybe.
Maybe. So this does feel like plot, but it's just a scene that says episode complete. So I think we're safe. Oh, Machen's here.
Ah, the Lady Yuna. Would you like to hear about Vegnagun?
Yes, this should not be optional. I feel like I know absolutely nothing about Vegnagun. Please, take it away, Machen.
Although Vegnagun was constructed during the Machina War, there is no record of it ever being used.
Mechanical keyboards make your fingers hurt.
Could argue that
That's
the
fair.
coming of Sin made war a secondary concern. But the real reason was that Vegnagun was nothing short of a titanic.
Because of playing guitar and keyboard instruments and having, like, pretty strong hands and fingers and wrists, I tend to hit the keys really, really hard on a computer keyboard. Probably harder than I should. So having that extra level of resistance is good for me to keep me from, like, hurting myself. If I type on a laptop keyboard that has really, really sensitive and low travel, it sounds like it's going to break.
It was locked away under Bavel.
Jeez, Gramps, you really know a lot.
Where'd you learn all that?
That would be...
That would be...
Well... This should explain things.
Oh, he's dead. What a reveal.
Gramps, you're dead?
Mortifying.
Mortifying. Ha, get it?
Over the years, I managed to completely forget that I am unsent. It was only
I forgot about the term unsent. That's like the first time we've heard that in this whole game.
Why?
1,000 years ago, here in Zanarkand, I shook the hand of another young lady.
1,000 years.
So Machen met Len.
Correct. It was quite a strange feeling shaking your hand. Two different people from two distant towns. with
The same handshake.
handshake.
That's so silly.
You've met a lot of people, huh?
Yes.
Yeah, imagine living for 1,000 years and meeting, like, probably an innumerable number of people, but somehow remembering the relationship between two people's handshakes.
Leaving only me behind. It is quite lonely.
Gramps?
What? Jekt? Oh, and Braska
My memories
and Orin.
have a mind of their own.
So people really are connected.
But of course.
Well, Machen, thank you. I hope we meet again.
As do I.
I've never seen that show, Kiki. Okay, now we regain control. I'm assuming these are all the monkeys that we paired up. Or at least I'd like to think so. I'm not going to save again yet in case I'm, like, trapped here for some reason. This might be an opportunity for the player to have another crack at the monkey quest if they haven't done it yet. Even though we did it in the previous chapter. That could be one of the reasons why they let you come back here. Or there could be more to it. The fact that it said episode complete, though, makes me think that there's probably nothing else here. Wonder if these shop ladies are still here. Oh, one of them's here. Isaru went and closed the place down. Wait, did she say that's was great? Oh, that's just great. Okay, got it. Isn't that pronounced... Is it pronounced Ruby, Kiki? Isn't that show pronounced Ruby instead of, like, RWBY? I seem to be remembering something like that, but I don't know anything about it. I just remember it was really, really popular in probably, like... Feels like it was, like, right before the pandemic, but I really don't remember exactly when I remember hearing a lot about it. but I've never seen it. It is Ruby. Okay. Well, at the very least, we might find some respawned chests here, and we'll pick up some AP. So I don't mind just kind of like retracing some of this stuff. That lady made it sound like Isaru might be in here, so maybe we can get a conversation from him as well. Oh, or he's just right here.
Please, don't worry about Xanarkand. We can handle a few things.
You're really brave.
I would do anything to protect these ruins. Today's Spira changes at a dizzying rate. People...
Sorry, didn't mean to skip him like that.
And what is new? They are quick to forget the old things that stay the same.
That is definitely not true,
Watching, this
depending on the
place too
subject.
lost in the shifting sands of
In fact, the opposite is almost
So I
always
thought
true, equally
there
as
may
much.
well be one man around to defend the unchanging. Me.
Me. Okay, so there he is. The lady said the place was closed down, but it looks like I can still go further in, so I'm going to see what I can find. Oh, look, it's our suspenders friend. Let's see if we can kill him. He has a Clim Hazard attack, so I'll probably just run if he does that. But maybe we can just batter him really fast. Batter and fry. His face looks so much like the Rancor from Star Wars. I hate his little danglies at the bottom, too. There's the Clim Hazard. Come on. Okay, another Clim Hazard. Please die. As soon as somebody's dead, I'm running. Okay, so he's hit Clim Hazard on one person, or on everybody. Oh, he's doing... Okay, he's doing a thing. He's doing a thing. We're out of here. He opened up the chest. We're out of here. There's just no way that he gives out, like, 20 times more EXP and AP than the regular enemies to make it worth my while, you know? So I'm just going to continue to run from those guys. This weirdly reminds me of one of the places from Harvestella as well. I hope Harvestella has a renaissance at some point. That game deserves so much more attention than it got. It's legitimately a very good game. It wasn't marketed very well, which is kind of understandable because it was like it felt like the marketing was following a very legitimate trend at the time, and it fell prey to that. But it's also just like such a unique mix of things that it's kind of hard to describe it in, you know, 140 characters. But yeah, it was marketed as like a cozy farm sim game with RPG elements. But that really doesn't do it justice. That leaves a lot left undescribed. It has an incredible soundtrack too. Like probably one of the best Square Enix soundtracks in the last, I don't know, 10 to 15 years, in my opinion, which is saying quite a bit, I would say. Oh, I'm confused. Great. I have no control over pain. Okay, Riku is throwing grenades at the party. Let's get the heck out of here. Again, the Ochu is probably not worth it. But yeah, it's a really good game. It has a couple of different gameplay loops that blend so well together. but I feel like haven't really coexisted before. So it was very novel. You know, like anything that harkens back to like a PS2 dungeon crawler immediately has my attention because I'm just a sucker for that like cozy. Oh, nice. We get to warp back. That's kind of cool. All right. Well, we know we've seen all of this then. But yeah, I just find the like repetitive gameplay loop of like simple hack and slash combat and like farming enemy drops and loot and things like that. I just love that. I find it very cozy. So you mix that with the good music, different biomes, and the battle system is like a perfect mix of like, it's very simple and you can turn your brain off if you want to, but if you want to engage with like some more deep mechanics and try to like break the game open and like mess around with combinations and stuff like that, all of that is there. Like the battle system is legitimately really, really unique and deep without being unapproachable, which is not an easy thing to do. Looking at you, Xenoblade, you know, there's varying degrees of success on that front. Oh yeah, I want to see what they say about Zanarkand. Okay, so we finished Zanarkand. That's cool. You're mage pilled. I'm pretty sure I used the like 2-sword assassin class as like my primary for most of the game. But I don't remember what my other 3 or 2 roles that I liked to use for the end game were. It hasn't been that long, but I've already forgotten. So now this says episode complete. Okay, let's see what we want to do next. I think I want to go try to find this tournament again. This Jose Temple Super Boss seems really hard. We'll do this today for sure. And then I do want to look for these cactuars. And then this is like a labyrinth dungeon that I thought was going to be like a super hard bonus dungeon. It is rated 5 stars. So I'm a little nervous about that as well, especially since Jose is rated 4 stars. Thunder Plains is rated 2 stars, though. So maybe we'll do this first to try to farm more EXP and AP for the fighting tournament. And then we'll do the fighting tournament and hopefully farm some EXP and AP for some of these other things. I'm not committed to fighting all of these super bosses by any means, but I'd like to give them all an honest try just to see, like, is this beatable or is this something I'd have to grind for? And then if it's beatable, if I feel like it's beatable, you know, try to give it a couple attempts or whatever. And we will try this dungeon as well, instead of just poking our heads in, getting scared, and then running away. So we're going to go to Thunder Plains. Nice emote, Smash. Is that yours? I don't recognize this one. Oh, this is not yours. Very cute. A Kupo hugging... Or a Kupo. Wow. Fire me. Take away my Final Fantasy card. A Moogle hugging a Cactuar. Alright. I don't remember exactly where we need to go to get to this cave. I want another dress sphere so bad, and I feel like at least one of these outstanding story events could give me one. You know, a super boss or a bonus dungeon seems like a great place to hide an optional dress sphere. Yo, is that Dave? No, it has a different name. There's a palette swap of this enemy that's called like Daeva or Daeva, and I just like calling him Dave because it's funny, because Dave is a cool, funny name. But yeah, I really want another dress sphere for Riku. Because Riku's about to master Thief. She's already mastered White Mage. Yuna and Pain have plenty more that they can do with their respective classes they have equipped, Samurai and Berserker. Is it over here? Oh no, this is where the dragon was. Yeah, this is from long ago. Man, this would be such a hard game to like put down for a while and then come back to. I mean, obviously there's worse, but something like that would totally throw me off. Oh, I was going to talk about this earlier and I forgot. Something must have stopped me short. I was talking about the next RPG poll. Obviously, we've talked at great lengths about how we're running the tactical RPG bracket, and one of the options is going to be a tactical RPG, and it's going to be the one that wins the bracket. We've beaten that conversation to death, and I've talked about how one of the other options is going to be .hack Part 3. But what I didn't get to is I've been saying for a while that the third option on the next RPG poll is going to be something Final Fantasy, and I've been trying to narrow down a couple of like spin-off games in the series that I haven't played that I'm interested in playing, and I still don't know what it's going to be yet. But I feel like I can safely share what some of the candidates are. Yo, Larvy, welcome in. Nice to see ya. How's it going? Let me stack up my potions here. And I don't think we need any of these. Surprised we don't have one of these, actually. Someone got the pronunciation right? Let's go. Lucky guess. What do other people say? Larvae? Do they miss the capital L and think it's one word? Larvae? Instead of larvae? Could have been it could have been me. I'm not gonna say that I had some kind of amazing intuition that made me say larvae. But I'm glad I got it right. I do think pronunciation is very important, especially with names, because like, you know, anything that's not a name, that's like a, you know, just a random word or whatever, there can be multiple accepted pronunciations for, right? But a name belongs to somebody, and obviously that person who the name belongs to gets to decide how the name is pronounced, and it's respectful to pronounce the name as desired, as directed. So I always try to ask people their preferred pronunciation if I don't feel like it's patently obvious. Oh, there's the cave over there, right behind where the silver behemoth was. At least they're cheap, Smash. Right? At least they're cheap. Oh, it's based on Larvitar. Nice. I can dake you, do da dome. Yeah, we're... Wait. No, not the hole. We want to go in the cave. Which is separate from that, I think. Used to go around as Larvitar 2. Oh, look, it's a Marlboro. This probably won't go well, but... We'll take the preemptive strike and just whack it a bunch and see if we can just kill it. Oh, yeah. Okay, great. Didn't even get to do anything. Slightly stepped away because everyone has called you Larvy for nigh on a decade. Nice. Well, how else can I get over there if it's not through him? It's on, like, an island. Okay, let me talk to him again. Maybe he said the cave and not the hole, and I'm misunderstanding him. How am I managing the PS2 hardware? You want to get yours up and running, but you have no idea how? Yeah, so there's a couple different ways you can do it. For stream specifically, most people that stream from standard definition consoles that I know and have run into, are using something from the RetroTink family, if you're familiar. No, he does say the hole. Well, we saved. I think this is safe. We're scared of holes right now because we don't want to progress the plot. But I'm assuming this is optional. Oh, weird song choice. Okay, you've heard of RetroTink before. Oh, there's Machina in here. That's weird. Yeah, so as like an entry-level device, you could get a RetroTink 2X, which is just a really quick and easy way to convert a pre-HDMI signal like component or composite or S-video that you'd get from something like a PS2 into HDMI. I think it's 480p. And then that would allow you to plug it into, you know, something like a USB capture card or you know, HDMI in port on your graphics card if you have one, and then get it into OBS that way. I am personally using the like mid-level device from the RetroTink family, which is the RetroTink 5X, which just, you know, is a little bit more feature-rich than the 2X. So all of my systems that aren't HDMI input are outputting component, because that's the highest quality signal you can get versus S-video or composite. And then those component cables are going into... What is this pink? Oh my god. So is this like a labyrinth, I guess? The map seems straightforward, so I'm going to explore. All those component signals are going into a component switcher. So it accepts 8 different component cables in. And then it has 2 component outs. And one of the component outs goes to the RetroTink and upscales it to HD resolution, makes it look nice, instead of just strictly converting it to an HDMI signal and passing it through without latency, which is more of what the 2X does. I think it does technically up-res it to 480p if it's below 480p to technically make it HD. But the RetroTink 5X scales things up to 5 times, that's where the name comes from, and converts it to 1080p. And it can do 1440p with some things. So that signal's getting converted to 1080p and then going to the PC, and that's what y'all are seeing right now. And then the other component cable that goes into the component switcher goes to the CRT so that I can play the game on a CRT and I don't have to look at it on a PC monitor or my OBS preview or an HD TV. Nothing happens. Awesome. But yeah, RetroTink is great. Their premier model, the 4K, converts everything to 4K and it has even more features. And I don't really care about playing games in 4K. I do technically have a 4K capable display here, but I would still play the games on the CRT, and I will continue to play games on the CRT until it explodes. But it would be a nice upgrade for stream. The little window that y'all are looking at would look better in 4K, even though I don't actually stream in 4K. I don't even stream in 1080p. But it would look better to have the 4K signal and then downscale it to my current resolution. It would be marginal, so it's, you know, it's not high on my priority list, but that's the current fundraising goal on Ko-fi. It's the RetroTink 4K. But yeah, the RetroTink, I feel like the RetroTink 2X is pretty accessible as far as like a cost barrier. You should be able to get one fairly inexpensively these days. I don't remember if Mike Chi is still making them. I don't know if you're able to still buy a 2X on RetroTink's website. I haven't looked in a while. Look at this thing. Holy moly. Couldn't steal anything. I wonder if it would be a good idea for me to put lightning on my attacks, since they're all Machina in here. Although they might be weak against water, I can't remember. It's one of the two. Okay, he has like a little boss animation, so he is a special enemy. A 2X Pro and a 2X Mini. Oh, okay. I think the 2X Pro is closer to what I was describing. I don't remember exactly what the 2X Mini is, but it's probably slightly less full-featured and probably less expensive to be more accessible. But yeah, RetroTink makes great stuff and is very trustworthy. Great actively supported products with firmware updates. Very accessible for support and requests. And there's like a large community surrounding the devices too, so you don't necessarily need to just get to the creator to get answers about things. There's tons of tutorials. You can download profiles for them. To like dial in settings for specific consoles. It's really good stuff. There are other ways to get something like a PS2 to a capture card, certainly, that are probably less expensive. But your results may vary. I actually used to use the original Elgato capture card that accepted standard definition inputs. And I actually still have it, but I haven't used it in, you know, probably 7 years. But, you know, you could try to pick up one of those secondhand. And there's all kinds of, like, no-name upscaler converter type things on, you know, Amazon and eBay and things like that. What you gotta watch out for those is obviously just, you know, does it work, and are you ever going to get it, and are you going to get scammed or whatever. You know, that's certainly a concern. But also the concern is whether or not excuse me, is whether or not the converter or upscaler or whatever it is introduces lag, because a lot of them do. A lot of cheap upscalers can convert your component signal or lower to HD so that you can hook it up to a modern TV, but at the cost of like very noticeable input delay and lag that can make a lot of games unplayable. So, you know, if you're using a device like that to like watch movies or something, to like, you know, make an old DVD player work with a new TV, that's fine. You're not gonna have to worry about that. But for video games, it matters greatly. You know, if there's like 14 milliseconds of input delay on, you know, a platformer or some kind of action game, it's going to be unplayable for a lot of people. Yo, welcome back, Shane. Welcome back from the internet dead zone. You hope you didn't miss your favorite scene in this game? Well, I'm afraid to ask you what your favorite scene is, in case it's something that I haven't seen, and therefore becomes a spoiler. But if your favorite scene was Yuna's concert, you did miss it. We did that last week. Alright, a chest. Diamond gloves. That sounds pretty good. You've tried a few of those, but they haven't been good. Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing with like the upscaler converter market, is you have to really like look for a community that's like tried and tested a bunch of these things. That's not just like Amazon reviews, to really know what you're getting. And I think that's the best thing about RetroTink, is like all that information is there. Okay, so it looks like that one's not open. So the pink is maybe denoting not where doors can exist, but where doors currently exist. the 1,000-word song is built up so dumb that the actual FMV is really good. It's the one moment that even 10-2 hardcore haters tend to like. Interesting. I would not predict that that would be that would be a moment that hardcore haters would like. I don't consider myself a hardcore hater. But I'm definitely hater-leaning on this game. And I didn't feel anything watching that scene, really. I guess it was like slightly less goofy than the rest of this game has largely been, but it felt equally as like don't die, Yuna. Yuna died. I just wanted her to get the EXP and AP. But the robot didn't explode fast enough. Yeah, exactly, Shane. Exactly. That's exactly what it feels like. Which is why it's just kind of, like, weird for me. But that's just the curmudgeon in me. The game doesn't want me to take it seriously, but I want to take it seriously anyways. Because I think I'm supposed to, because it's a Final Fantasy. You think you know why I'm experiencing it, but you can't say because spoilers? That would be interesting to know what your theory is, Larvy, because I mean, we've spent a lot of time during this playthrough kind of unpacking why it makes me feel the way that it makes me feel and fails to engage me to the level that other games in the series do. And I feel like it's pretty well established and pretty quantifiable. You know, I've felt a little bit of like weird guilt, I guess, that like I'm supposed to like this game a certain amount, you know, and that there's something wrong with me if I don't. But I feel very confident in my analysis. Like, I know that the reason that I don't particularly jive with this game isn't because, like, you know, I hate women or anything superficial like that. It's just because the game is really, really super goofy and irreverent, and that's not what I want from something that calls itself Final Fantasy. And the secondary reason is because I feel like it cheapens my experience with Final Fantasy X by saying that game wasn't as grave and final and binding as it was. And that kind of makes me sad. I'm also a big hater of like sequels and extended universe things that tend to raise more questions than they answer. That's a big pet peeve of mine. It's a big reason why I don't like the Final Fantasy VII compilation. The idea of, oh, there was a lot of like plot threads that didn't get explored in this for whatever reason, you know, time constraints, budget constraints, or strictly because they wanted to make more media later on, is an exciting prospect. But oftentimes, imagining the answer to the question is more fun than getting the answer to the question. And we were just talking about this the other day in, was it Lisa's stream? Or no, it was in Ross's stream. We're talking about the Zelda timeline. And the Zelda timeline is the perfect example of this. Like, Zelda fans were absolutely consumed with debating the timeline, speculating the timeline, figuring out how all the games connected together, and it was like the most exciting thing about being a Zelda fan from like 2007-ish to like, 2012 or 2013 when they released Hyrule Historia. And then as soon as Nintendo said, here it is, Nintendo fans, we finally got you your timeline we wanted. And once we finally had the answers, we kind of quickly realized, oh, well, this isn't fun anymore. Like, the fun was in the wondering and in the speculation, not in the knowing. You know, there wasn't this, like, sigh of relief, like, ah, finally, we know the timeline. Like, there was a very brief period of that. But then after that wore off, you know, I think after, like, a year or two, we kind of realized, like, oh, it was actually more fun. Well, obviously not everybody feels the same way, but at least myself and a lot of other people that I've talked to and interacted with or seen, you know, it's like, well, that was a really fun time when we didn't know, and people were making these, like, you know, 30 to 40 minute YouTube videos proposing their timeline theories, you know, and debating in the comments and in the forums or whatever. Back before video essays were the norm on YouTube.
I'm on a roll.
Your no internet thing left you bored, so you did the White Mage run on FF1 twice. Yeah, I saw the screenshots in the Discord. GG on that, by the way. I could never do something like that. I'm not a huge FF1 fan. I did replay it like a year ago on the Dawn of Souls version, and I did all the bonus content, which I mostly regret. It wasn't that fun. It was very tedious and busy work, but I did it. And yeah, I'm just not a huge fan of FF1. It feels more like a love letter to Dungeons and Dragons than like a new, like, exciting franchise. FF2 is very much like the first Final Fantasy for me. Grave and final and binding and fantasy. Exactly, Smashington. Yeah, I get what you're alluding to, Larvy. And that is definitely an issue. Like, there have been some decently serious and emotional moments in this game that have piqued my interest and I've really liked. But it's held back by the fact that just the setup and the premise and the impetus for this game is so unserious. That even that prevents me from getting to some of the more impactful content of the game that isn't off the beaten path. Or it, you know, the impactful stuff that I've seen that wasn't off the beaten path loses a little bit of its impact because it's surrounded and bookended by this goofy, irreverent, nonsensical stuff. I very much felt like the game is like gaslighting me into thinking that Final Fantasy X wasn't a serious game either, and that I'm like misremembering it, or I'm like, you know, pearl clutching my memories to like make it seem more serious in my memory than it actually was. And I think that's been the thing that has soured me the most while playing this, is like reckoning with that and like reminding myself that like, no, those feelings were real. And you know, while FF10 certainly does have a lot of goofy stuff in it, the premise was very serious, and the large majority of the game was very serious, and the stakes and the world-reaching implications of everything is what touched me about it. But yeah, it does suck that there's probably a lot of stuff that's optional in this game that makes the story better. And I have heard a lot of people say that like this game is, you know, everybody knows that this game is a nightmare to 100%. But it also sounds like, in a lot of people's eyes, the 100%, if you don't 100% the game, it's kind of an incomplete experience, which is really dumb. Hey, Sid.
Howdy.
Howdy.
What, Howdy? What the heck are you doing?
I found a hole, so I decided to explore it. Call it curiosity.
He found a hole. We're about to get hit with an ad.
With fiends. I can't get out. Too
Pop a favor and show him the way out of here. Ow! Ow, 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 ow. Must have pulled something.
Oh, you are so lame.
Who's gonna carry him?
Hey, let a man keep his pride.
Got a better idea?
We have white magic.
Well, how about
Does white magic work on a pulled muscle? Wait, what?
make your old man proud? Scrap that thing.
Oh, great. We have to fight another palette swap boss from the first game. And hopefully not die. I'm going to immediately go white here so I can start buffing. We're not going to mess around. I'm going to go gun mage so I can scan. I also think I probably want to go black mage with pain so I can do some AoE magic, because I'm sure that all those little nodes are going to be weak against some type of magic. They're green, they're red, yellow, and blue, so they might all be weak against a different type of magic, which is super annoying.
You got it, I'll heal it.
Okay, first thing, protect. I love the idea of this, like, giant tank gun, like, walking right up to us and hitting us with its nose, instead of just shooting us from a great distance. Okay, straight to black. Yuna's going gun mage. I'm just going to scan the big guy. Oh, we're getting hit with an ad. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm pausing.
This game's winner is me.
All right, welcome back, folks. So we close out the matchup with a final score of 10-1 in favor of Link. Let's see. Get our scores updated here. And we're going to reset our fighter cards because we're going to be switching over to a new matchup for the next 11 ad breaks. Get our score set back to 0. In the red corner, we will have Pikachu. And in the blue corner, we will have Fox for the next 11 ad breaks. If you want to go ahead and pick who's going to fight next after them, you can do so with 1,000 channel points. Go ahead and get this queued up here. And we'll check in on those combatants in about a half an hour, actually, because I'm going to have to flip us back to the hour and get the little guy started on his lunch. But for now, we'll come back over here. Okay, so we're back in the boss fight here on this beautiful white screen. The little guy finally took the cue and took a nap. Alright, let's scan the Panzer here. Finally get our Protect up. Let's do a Shell as well. Looks like the enemy has some buffs up as well. Let's see what happens if we hit everybody with some water. Okay, what can we learn about this guy? This guy absorbs lightning. Okay, so it's probably a good thing that I didn't throw out a lightning spell. It has 30k HP, which is not too bad. And I'm guessing the... Okay. I'm starting to understand the status thing down there. So I'm guessing the ones that are not grayed out are the ones that it can be inflicted with. Rather than the other way around. We're gonna go Songstress here. Alright, now how does this water do? Let's get a Kira now, which is unfortunately nerfed. Okay, water doesn't do very much, so we're gonna go back to physical with Pain. AoE is nice, but we need big numbers here, especially with Pain kind of being our only damage dealer. Let's go... Wait, why can't I do Jitterbug? They also might be stealing my MP. I don't even know if it's going to be worth going after these ads. I can't really tell what they're doing. If they're not doing a bunch of damage to me... let's do an armor break on... They also have, like, Protect and Shell up, whereas the main guy doesn't. Okay, that's a lot of damage. Why can't I do Jitterbug? We'll try slow. I'll probably have to flip Yuna back to Samurai, though. Riku's going to be stuck healing and buffing until the end of time. And Pain is just going to be strictly doing damage. Okay, nice. Armor Break worked. Let's see if we can stack up another one. Okay, that's HP drain.
Going repair service.
I think we need a second layer of shell if we can. Alright, let's see if that worked. It did work. Okay, I'm going to do another armor break then. I'm just going to keep doing armor break until that number stops going up. Okay, looks like we can't stack shell. Okay, Yuna. Let's go back to Samurai. Okay, that number's still going up. Come on, Riku. We need ya. Please. Okay. I don't know why that took so long to go off.
One sword in my hand, 1,000 knights in battle. Go on, take your pick.
Let's try to use this AoE to get rid of these ads, if we can. Armor Break is working beautifully. Come on, Riku, use that potion. I had you use a potion because I thought it was going to be faster than the spell. Come on, Riku, please. Please don't die. Come on. There we go. Whew! Oh, that was beautiful. That was beautiful. Okay, we're doing a Kiraga here. We're in a really good situation here, so I'm gonna lay on the healing really thick. I guess we'll try delay attack now that his defense is maximum lowered. We need to just hit the big gun super hard now. His defense is super low. We should be able to do a ton of damage. Nice miss. Beautiful. Good job. Good job, Yuna. Okay. Just gonna use regular attacks here to get more off. Switch to Prey for a little bit, now that the ads are gone. This guy can't do very much damage. So if we can just go really fast here. And it's too bad haste isn't white magic. We could really break this fight. Okay, there's a big attack. What is this going to do? Just a little bit of AoE. That's not a big deal. We can deal with that. It's very close to dead. Are you dead already? Looks like it. Oh yeah, I saw you say that you got Expedition 33, Shane. Glad you're enjoying it. I definitely want to try it at some point. I'm sure I would like it too, but I'm not in like a rush to play it. Teenager these days are out of control.
You're welcome aboard our airship.
Imagine naming your son Brother.
Sid and Brother have put each other through a lot over the years. Not even Riku knows what caused their final falling out.
Are they gonna make me walk all the way back through this dungeon just to get that chest?
If only I could have talked like this with my father. Or you, with yours.
Oh, that was a nice little thought. One more letter. Oh, that's so annoying. We're gonna have to go all the way back in there just to get whatever that chest is. It's probably just some, like, dumb accessory. Or another garment grid for the graveyard. But I'm gonna go back and get it. I guess I could turn off the encounters if I want to, but I don't. I want the experience, so it'll take a little bit. This game has done that a lot of times. Okay, back to Thunder Plains, despite it saying episode complete. You can put an entire forest into your pocket? That is something. That's wild. Okay. I think I just saved, but I'm going to save again. So we got to go all the way back into that dungeon just to get the chest that they waved under our noses. Yeah, that was one of the things that excited me the most about New Horizons, was just being able to fully customize your town. Like, there was certainly a fun aspect to the previous games of it being randomly generated and, you know, like, learning to love the layout of your town. I forgot to switch everybody's jobs back. Whoops! We've gotten a lot of levels over the recent stretch, though, so that's good. Okay, Yuna's good. She's staying with Samurai. But Riku needs to go back to Thief. And Pain is going to go back to Berserker. Okay. But I get to enjoy the terraforming aspects of Animal Crossing in fantasy life, luckily. Since I can't touch Animal Crossing. Later, Dave. Yellow Dave. You didn't terraform your original town too much. Yeah, sometimes you get lucky and you get a good layout. There was a little bit of a precursor to that in New Leaf, and maybe in City Folk. It's been a while, my memory's a little hazy. But I remember how exciting it was just getting to choose, like, where to put, like, some of the major, like, what do you call them? Buildings, I guess. Like, I think in one of those games you could, like, move the town hall to a different location, or at a certain point you would unlock, like, a new building and you got to pick where it went. That was really exciting. But getting to just decide where everything goes is really cool. Okay. Put me back in the hole, random Albed guy. I have a chest to get. Various numbers are strewn throughout the cavern. Commit them to memory and then combine them to open the walls that bar your progress. When you open a wall, 2 treasure chests will appear. You can choose only one of the 2 chests to open. Oh, God. Okay. So you're supposed to revisit this area as a minigame. What is happening right now? I can't move. Okay. So are we gonna do this binary choice a bunch of times? Let's just see what happens here. This might be a thing where we, like, save scum and write some stuff down. We'll see. We'll just go left side, strong side. The information needed to unlock the walls appears in the top left and bottom right corners of the screen. This information is displayed when entering the cave and when examining walls. You can review the information you've gathered up to 3 times by pressing square. Unlocking a wall will reset this counter back to 3. When examining a wall, the following information is displayed on screen. Key number 1. Key number 2. Remember these 2 key numbers. I can see why you would have memories of this dungeon. Okay, so our first key numbers were 3 and 4, but there was no number in the top left. It said no data. And then the current wall number was 3, but that was empty in the top left because we haven't gone to a wall yet. And then it said the number of the next wall to open in the bottom right, which was 3, and then the key number below that was 4. When you examine the next wall that needs to be opened, you'll be prompted to input a number. If you input the sum of key number 1 and number 2, the wall will open. If you open a wall out of sequence, only that wall's number will be displayed. Okay. Suppose you're trying to open wall 3. When you examine it, this appears in the top left of the screen. When you examine the previous wall, the bottom right of the screen showed that. Since key number 1 for wall 3 is 10, and key number 2 for wall 3 is 15, inputting 25 will open the wall. Okay. This seems fairly straightforward. But the key numbers aren't always so simple. They could be the number of battles you've fought, the number of gil you have, just about anything. What? But it's going to show it to me on the screen. When you successfully open a wall, 2 chests will appear. One contains a clue that helps you more through the dungeon. The other is empty. Oh, okay, so I wouldn't have gotten any of this information if I opened the other chest. These 2 chests were the only exception. Oh, opening either would have yielded the same result. Okay. I don't think I need a step-by-step walkthrough. So can I examine this wall? 1 is carved in the stone, but you can't make out the rest. Okay, so this must be 2. Is this 2? So I could see this being a very good dungeon to turn off encounters for, just so you can focus on the pen and paper aspect and, like, not lose your place visually of where you think you are. But I want the AP. Okay. So the red arrow is reminding me that this is where I want to go. This is wall number 3. But should I check the rest of the path that I can get to because there might be chests? Or are there only going to be chests behind doors? That high there is so unhinged. You would have to reset so much to get everything from this dungeon. That's so silly. Okay, that's number 4. Okay, none of that has happened. Or none of this has changed. So I gotta assume that 4 is the only number that I need to open door number 3. Because there's no previous number. So I'm assuming the sum is 0 plus 4. Pain has HP Stroll, so I'm just going to leave the poison on. Because we're getting re-poisoned by basically everything in here. Okay, the format of this changes up a little bit up this way, so I want to see. And then I also want to see what this switch at the end of the hall does. That did nothing the first time through. Oh yeah, that's what's poisoning me. Pollute. Stop polluting, you jerk.
Effortless.
We're picking up lots of grenades, too, which is kind of a fun canonical thing. Gil Guide. Displays the amount of gil obtained between entering the cave and opening the corresponding wall. If your gil drops below the amount you've had when you entered the cave, 0 will be displayed. Okay. I don't understand why I would try to separately track that, because it's led me to believe that all the numbers are going to be shown on the screen. Maybe I'm fundamentally misunderstanding how this works. I won't know, I guess, until I open the door. Because I'm not keeping count of how many battles we're doing. I'm certainly not paying attention to the gil. Alright, we'll see what happens here when we open door number 3. Maybe it's a new car. Alright, we need some high potion action after this battle, and maybe some poison relief. It's catching up with us. Only one character has HP Stroll, so it doesn't really work for all of them to be poisoned. So many grenades! We have a lot of antidotes, so I'll save my MP. God help me if there's another boss in here on top of all this.
I can do this blindfolded.
Go ahead.
Cool. Okay, here we go. So, presumably, the answer to this is just 4. And now we have our new numbers here. So, our new numbers are 6 and 5 for door number 10. Let me see if I'm understanding this now. Oh. So you want me to input 11 here? Or is it asking for me to input the two numbers separately that are supposed to be added together? Okay, it didn't accept the number 11 either. What is going on? Okay, let's try entering a 0 and a 4. No. Okay, we can try entering a 6 and a 5. I don't know why you would enter the numbers separately. That doesn't make sense. What? Information needed to unlock the walls appears in the top left and bottom right. When examining a wall, remember these two key numbers. Yep. When you examine the next wall that needs to be opened, you'll be prompted to input a number. If you input the sum of key number 1 and key number 2, the wall will open. So, I guess this means that my top left number is something, and I have to figure out what it is to get the first door open. Okay, we're trying to open wall 3. When we examine it, this appears, but there's no previous wall. So this example doesn't help me. This makes me understand how the next one works. Keep a sharp eye. Huh. This is very strange. Okay, let me equip the charm bangle for a second so I can walk around freely. I'm guessing what's going on here is that the very first number is expecting me to look for something like the number of battles fought or whatever. And somehow you have to just keep track of all of them so that you can guess each one individually. I'm gonna walk out so I can reset it. And then we'll go back in there and see if we can do this without encounters. Because this would reset the number of encounters, the gil, and all those other things to 0. And I guess... Okay, so we have new numbers now. Oh, yeah, and apparently this is the same every time. Yeah. Oh, okay, yeah, let's follow the step-by-step example here. This was... I accidentally misclicked this, but let's see what it says. Let's take another look at the message you saw when you first entered the cave. Press square to review the message. Yep, the number in the bottom right corner is one of the key numbers needed to open the next wall. In this case, it is 7. The guide map in the top left of the screen will display the location of the next wall. Yep, so we go over to wall 3. So yeah, maybe all I needed to do was do this, and then it would tell you, hey, you need to figure out this other number. Press X to examine the wall. The number below the wall number in the top left corner is key number 1 for the current wall. So the key number 1 for wall 3 is 1. Okay. Earlier we saw that the key number 2 was 7. Okay. Okay, I didn't think to add the numbers together in this way. So all we needed to do last time was add 4 and 6. Okay, so in this case, it's 1 and 7, which is 8. And then the wall opens. Okay. Any chests that appeared earlier will disappear. This concludes the tutorial. Okay. And so you just have to do a 50-50 every single time. That's crazy, man. Okay, so our next wall is 10. And then we're going to see another number when we look at wall number 10, and that's what gets added to the 6. The 1 is no longer relevant, as far as I can tell. But we'll still have it written down. But if we open this chest and it's empty, I guess we can still continue because we know that it's not items. They said one's a clue and one is empty. It's empty, and then they disappear. So it's technically still possible to proceed even though you didn't get the clue. So I'm still confused on where they come up with the... Oh, it could be based on, like, the gil that you've gotten, or, like, some other weird value. I'm so glad it tells you where the wall is, by the way, and then we don't have to check every single one. Okay, so 81. So this might be, like, the number of steps or something. So all we have to do is write down these new numbers. 94. And we're just going to add 81 and 6 together to get 87. Okay. So the chest in the last one probably just said, count your steps to the next door. Or something. Once again, we get nothing. Oh. Bingo, you hear a wall open in the distance. Wall number 11, the code was 1011. Wait, what? Oh, it like opened the next door for me? Well, this kind of throws me off, actually. Okay, so hold on. So next up is door number 5, which is opened by wall, and the key number is wall 10's code, which was 87. So hold on, let me figure out the top number from door number 11 in case it's needed. 1011 minus 94. $917. Okay, so now we need to go to door number 5. But I still don't see any reason to, like, pay attention to, like, my gil or anything like that. Or my number of steps. Because it still seems as though it's going to show me every number. And as long as I can firmly believe that none of these preliminary chests are going to give me items, I don't feel the need to, like, save scum or reset or anything. Okay, wall number 5. Okay, and then our other number is 193. Ah, okay. Well, that answers my question. But luckily, that's not a big deal. I guess if one of them comes up as, like, number of steps, we're totally screwed. But we'll press on for now. Okay, so this one is going to be 193 plus 87. I should have left the calculator open. 280. And then we're going to go to door number 1 next. Battles between entering the cave and opening wall 11. Whew, well, luckily that's 0. So yeah, this is... The charm bangle is definitely the way to do this, because then you don't have to worry about counting your gil or your number of battles. 280. Opens it up. Left side, strong side. It's empty. Okay. Back to door number 1. Okay, wall 5's code. Wall 5's code was 280. And we're going to add that to the number of battles, which is 0. So the wall code is actually going to be the same. 280. Oh, shoot. I forgot to write down the other thing. It's okay. Door number 8, 174. Okay, so rather than these being clues, it looks like it just opens the next door for you. The code to door 8 was 454, so... Okay, 454 minus 174 was 280. And then next we're going to door 12. And the bottom number is wall 10's code plus wall 1's code. Okay, so 87 plus 8. Right? Yeah. So 95 is our bottom number for wall 12. Okay, I really wish I could explode the map here. But I guess it has to be down this hallway, right? Or no, because number 5 is open too. Hopefully it's this way. God, I better get a dress sphere for this. If it's a freaking garment grid, I'm going to be so pissed. Why did they not make this hallway straight? I can't just hold up on the joystick. I have to slalom. Okay, cool. We guessed right. Okay, 859 is the top number. Next up, we're going to go to door number 13. And the bottom number is 2552. Alright, so this door's code is 95 plus 859, which is 954. Wait, what? Why did that not work? 95 plus 859. Because the bottom number is supposed to be wall 10's code plus wall... Oh, door 1's code. Okay, I did that wrong. I got the bottom number wrong. Okay, so it's 280 plus 87 on the bottom. 367 on the bottom. So 367 plus 859. 1226. It's good that you can get it wrong and just guess again. Left side, strong side. Dang it. All right, well, we've missed a lot of lefts, so I feel like I got to keep going left. I got to pause for a second. I'm going to run another ad. Let me write down these... Or wait, I already wrote down these numbers. Yeah, okay. That's fine. We'll just pause right on the screen. I'm going to run another ad. I got to get the little guy going on his lunch and do a couple other things. I'll be back in 3 minutes.
Free for all! 3, 2, 1, go! This game's winner is Fox.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Fox wins the first bout. Looked like he won the warm-up too, but it looks like it went to sudden death. It was tied at the end, so it was close. We didn't have a prediction. I'll try to get one open for the next one. But for now, it's 1-0 in favor of Fox. Get those scores updated real quick here. Oop, nope. Just a 1. And then over here... Let's see, right there. 1 up on Pikachu. Fox is temporarily in second place because this new score is bringing down his overall average So that's going to move around a little bit as this goes on. And Pikachu's also about to take a little dip here because I'm about to give him a 0. Well, actually, that didn't move him at all. Okay. And we're going to flip back over, and we're actually going to do our soda tasting. Because the little guy's probably going to eat really fast, and I'm going to have to move him pretty quick-like once he's done. So we're just going to come back over here. Or actually, here, let's go over to the big camera, and we'll turn on our playlist for a second. And let me switch mics. I'm running out of new soda selections in the fridge. My stock is waning. And we're gonna have to drink staples until I can get up to Minneapolis and restock. But today we have something new. All right, we'll switch to the roaming mic here because I'm gonna want to come up and show you this. Today we're actually gonna be tasting something from a brand that we've all heard of, Fanta. But this is an import. Where is this from? Let's see. Serbia, possibly? Looks like it might be from Serbia. This is a flavor and color of Fanta that I've never seen before. The flavor is described as tropical exotic, which is one of the very few things on this bottle that's written in English. Everything else is in a different language that I don't recognize. But it's a very pleasant green color. The bottle is green though, so I'm pretty sure the liquid is like a, clear, muddy, off-white kind of color in actuality. So expecting maybe like a grapefruity or citrus, lemon lime type thing here, but you never know. Nice orange cap as well. I'll give you a close-up on the bottle here. Funny shape too. It's got this weird little narrow waist about it. Not sure what that's about. Maybe you're meant to grip it down here. That seems really strange. But there's the logo. Doesn't look like any Fanta logo I've ever seen. But I also haven't had a Fanta in a really long time, so maybe they just changed their branding. And I don't know what that's supposed to be on the cap. Is that I don't know what that is. I guess it's saying that it's a twist-off cap. That's what that's saying. Well, let's do just that. Let's get it open. But yeah, drinking a soda. Oh, it has like a little hang lid. Interesting, so you don't lose it. Oh, it smells really good. It smells like it's gonna have some kind of like artificial sweetener in it though, which I'm not excited about. I can't read the ingredient list, so I don't actually know what kind of sweetener is in here. It kind of smells like, what does that remind me of? Oh, really, Kiki? That's pretty cool. Cuts down on the waist. Yo, what's up, D. Holmes? Welcome in. One of those plastic caps that you use a bottle opener for. Yeah, exactly. One of those non-twist off. God, this smell reminds me of something and I can't think of what it is. Anyway, let's taste it. It's a nice flavor. What is that sweetener though? It's definitely not sugar. And it's definitely not corn syrup. It's probably sucralose, which is unfortunate. I don't like putting sucralose in me. But it does have a nice flavor in spite of that. I don't know how I would describe it. It's very soft. It's not like sour or tart in any way. It doesn't have any kind of like bitterness. Also, the carbonation is very slight as well. And that could just be because it's been in the fridge for a long time. I don't know if it's meant to be this lowly carbonated.
It's very light. I'm actually not sure what country it's from, D. Holmes, but I think it's Serbia. Based on the small amount of detail that I can get from the label. It has the address on it, and I'm pretty sure it says Republic Serbia. And then there's like I guess that's a phone number that says SRB. And the website would probably give it away. The website says .rs, which you might think is Russia, but if this was from Russia, the text wouldn't look like this. There's no Cyrillic characters. This cap is very inconvenient to drink from, though. I'm sure most people would just rip it off. There's no way to drink out of this thing without it hitting you in the nose. It's a good flavor, though. It's kind of like I would say it's kind of like artificial lime mixed with artificial orange. It's not amazing. It manages to be strong enough to hide whatever sweetener flavor this is, but it is in there. It's pretty flat though, which is probably not its fault. It's been in the fridge for a very long time. It's all right. The flavor is significantly less interesting than the bottle. I'll tell you that much. Ooh, 15% juice. Yeah, I love an orange soda that has real orange juice in it. Those are always good. All right, I'm gonna put that back over there. Thank you for joining me for that tasting. We're gonna switch mics, and we're gonna get back to this this math mini game that we're doing here. While the little guy finishes up, he's almost done. Let me kill the double audio here. All right. So we are on our way to door number 13. We've got our new number. Let's see if we can get there from back here. Yes, we can. Cool. Man, if they didn't do the red arrow thing in here, I probably would have bailed already. Okay, and then our top number is 1459. Okay, next up we're headed to door number 9. Battles between entering the cave and opening wall 12. Well, luckily that's 0. Because we have the charm bangle on. Okay. So our current code is 1459 plus 2552. 4011. Should work. Cool. And the little guy is just about done, so I'm going to go ahead and move him real quick. Because he's going to get mad if I don't. Left side, strong side? It's empty. Wow, we've been getting schooled. So apparently you want to choose the chest on the right every time. Okay, BRB for just a second.
All right, I'm back. And the little guy's mad at me. Okay, we are now looking for door number 9. Ooh, a chest first. Hello. A talisman. All right, so we'll have to remember if one of the numbers happens to be like how many chests we've opened, that number is the number of doors we've opened plus 1. Okay, wall 5's code is our top number here. Wall 5's code was 193 plus 87, which was 280. And then our bottom number was 0. So this will be the 3rd door that we've opened with the number 280. Oh, and I forgot to look at the new number again. Dang it. We're headed to door number 6. Wall 10's code plus wall 13's code. Okay, I need to not mix this up this time. Okay, so wall 10's code was 87. And wall 13's code was this very big number. 1459 plus 2552. So 4098 is our bottom number for wall number 6. Left side, strong side. Finally. Okay, so that just opens the next door for us. It's not a clue. They called it a clue in the tutorial. It just opens the next door for free automatically. Okay, so the code for door 6 was 7849. So 7849 minus 4098 will give us our top number from door 6, which we may need. 3751. Okay, and then our new number on the bottom, 13 plus 0. Wall 13's code was that same big number, 4098, I believe. 1459 plus 2552. Oh, 4011. Okay. So our new bottom number is 4011. Okay. So yeah, it really doesn't matter if we get the right chest on that or not. Because getting the next door open for free, we still have to like solve for some other unknown number, which is like kind of more busy work in its own way. Wait, what's going on here? Why are these here? Oh, this is the door that we just opened. I see. For free. Oh. We actually got a clue this time. The code for wall 13 was 4011. You fought 0 battles before opening wall 1. You had 112,315 gil when you entered the cave. Okay, just in case we need that number, I'm going to write it down. Since we haven't had to open any with gil numbers, I don't know if we'll need it. And obviously I could just open the menu, but that way I don't have to open the menu. Okay. Careful, when calculating codes based on gil, remember to use 0 for negative gil amounts? Oh boy. Okay. So, the top number for door number 7 is gil gained since entering the cave. Well, we haven't gotten any in a chest, and we haven't done any battles, so that's going to be 0. And then next we're heading to door number 14. Bottom number is wall 12's code plus wall 6's code. Okay, so wall 12's code was 859 plus 367, 1226. And then wall 6's code is a massive number. So we're going to add 3751, and we're going to add 4098. So 9075 is our bottom number for door number 14. Okay. But our current code for door number 7 is going to be 4011. Gobi, lay down, please. She's just staring at me. She's already been fed. But she's staring at me like she hasn't eaten in a million years. Okay, and we just got the next door for free. The code for wall 14 was 16924. 16924 minus 9075. 7849 was the top number. Next door is door number 2. And that is a big old bottom number. 66896. I guess that saved us a long walk, so that was kind of nice, because these two doors are super close together. Even though there's no battles, it's still just kind of like serpentine to figure out where the doors are. Okay, battles since opening wall 12. Well, that's 0. So we have our code for wall number 2. Next, we're heading to door number 15, the bottom number. Wall 7's code plus battles, 0, plus Gil, 0. Okay, so just wall 7's code, which was 4011. Man, battles between opening walls 9 and... Can you imagine just doing this without the charm bangle? And having to keep track of all your Gil and stuff? So not worth it. 4011 on the bottom for 15. Okay. Yes, I can, Larvy says. Okay, 66896. And the fact that this is all procedurally generated and you can't just, like, look this up. Whew. Whoa. Oh, this is kind of cool. So this is just giving us, like, everything that we have already up to this point. So I guess I can just, like, double check to make sure I don't have anything incorrect here. Or here, you know what? I'll just screenshot this in case I need it. And if I don't need it, I don't need it. There's a few things guaranteed each run? Okay. Oh, wow. There's another screen. Okay, we're looking for door number 15. Hopefully I can trust that it's down this pathway. It looks like it might not be. Can I get there? From down here? Yeah, it looks like I can. This is a very long, roundabout way to go to it, but... oh well. The little guy is once again protesting the idea of a nap. Is this the last wall? This might be the last wall. I feel like this might be where we saw Sid and got the boss battle. Okay. 2 numbers added together plus 0. Easy enough. Oh, I think next one is going to be the last door. Next one is 16. Have we done every number up to 16? 1, 2, 3... oh no, we haven't opened door number 4 yet. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. And this one is 15. But we never opened door number 4. Interesting. Maybe there's something special there. Okay, so this top number is just going to be a big old massive number. 45384 plus 97870. 143254. And then we're going to add that to 4011.
Okay, so our code is going to be 147265, and I'm going to work from the back because I don't want to count how many places there are. One 47265. Yeah, there's the chest that we left behind. Left side, strong side. It's empty. It's okay. Okay, please don't hurt me. It's a garment grid. Oh, I forgot to write down the new bottom number, 980. Top number 468. Wow, oddly straightforward at the very end here. Oh, and door number 4 is the last one. Look at that. The bottom number is 1. Okay, 468 plus 980. 1448. Come on, left side. It's empty. Okay, and then here's the last one, but it doesn't look like it's going to lead to anything. The top number is 0. It ends. Well done. So the code is 1. Wow. So all that for a garment grid. Definitely not worth it. I didn't mind the mini game itself. You know, pen and paper is cool. Math is cool. Is this garment grid, like, amazing for some reason? We have so many of these that we've never even looked at. Oh, this is a really good one. Gives you access to white magic. We'd probably never use the auto life thing. This could be good. This could be good for, It could be good for Yuna to have, like, an off white magic. Or it could be good for Riku so that she wouldn't actually have to flip into white mage in order to use white magic, and she'd have access to it all the time, and then she could just swap between thief and warrior, which would be really, really cool. So that might be what we do with her. We'd probably never use the auto life thing. And none of the single symbols do anything, so it wouldn't really matter where we put stuff. But we would want thief and warrior to be one away from each other, but also one away from white mage still, in case for some reason we did need to switch into it. So I guess we would put them in, like, the L shape or the reverse L shape, but not a straight line. Well, no, even a straight line would work because across the bottom. So yeah, there's really no wrong way to do it, I guess, with this one. Do I wish to know anything about this dungeon now that I've completed it once? It depends on what it is, Larvy. I'm usually pretty hesitant about stuff like that. I guess if it's trivia just related to, like, how the numbers are generated or, you know, stuff like that, like, that's fine. But if there's, like, items in here that I didn't get, I don't want to know about that. If there's, like, special enemies that I didn't see, I don't want to know about that. Anything that's related to, like, the actual content that might be telling me something that I missed, I don't want to know. So hopefully that lets you know whether or not you can share what you want to share. I like to be pretty dang insulated. It's not something that is said within the game. Well, that doesn't necessarily know if I want to know it. It's regarding the final loot. Well, I don't know if I got the final loot, so I'm hesitant on that as well. There might be more loot in this cave that I didn't get. So we'll go right here with Thief. We'll go here with White Mage. And we'll go here with warrior. So this way, Riku should be able to use all of the white magic that she's learned, whether she's a thief or a warrior. Which would be really nice. We would lose these, like, passive cure and cura or whatever they are, but it's not a big deal. So now, I think we shouldn't need to ever switch to White Mage. We'll see how it works when we get into an actual battle. It may be like a limited list of white magic, in which case we'll just, you know, go right back to where we were. And then similarly with Yuna, we have this accessory that allows us to use samurai abilities without being a samurai. So once she has learned more of those or all of those, that's something that we might do. I guess I should take another look at this list, though. I wasn't expecting any of these to allow me to forego a dress sphere change. I don't think we've seen that yet. They're usually related to statuses and buffs and spells. So let me make sure we don't have another one of those. Oh, this one, that's right. This one allows you to use swordplay, which is cool. But it doesn't necessarily give you full access to being a warrior. It's not quite the same as the white mage one. So this one's black magic, which could also be useful because switching to black mage is really annoying. And then this is the one that we just got. And then this one is just no frills, 2 things. There's a reason this dungeon is so good and worth doing, but only a few times. Okay, yeah, I don't know what that's referring to, and I think if you told me more, I might know something that I don't want to know. I could actually see myself using this one for Pain so that she can use her black magic spells without switching to black magic. And she could just stay warrior or berserker. We never get to use any of these other passive things, but just being able to forego one of the dress sphere changes would be pretty awesome. So we can try that out as well. Hey, how's it going, Necro? Nice to see you. What's up? So we'll put warrior here. We'll put berserker here. And then we'll put black mage here. She's still on the very first one. It's so funny. Or wait, no. I'm looking at the wrong thing. She's on something else. So she's going to lose the HP Stroll. But no big deal. I don't think. I don't think it's worth keeping just for the HP Stroll. The Curaga is nice, but I think the way that works is it actually adds it to the skill list, and it doesn't actually use it. So let's try. I want to try this one and see if it does what I think it does. Lots of ups and downs as life goes. Yeah, I know what you mean. I'm doing well. We're having a good time. A little bit of story today, a lot of mechanic stuff. We're trying to dig into and enjoy and wrap up at the same time some of this bonusy stuff. Yo, what's up, Arcadia? How you doing? Oh, the house is starting to smell delicious, y'all. Part of my meal prep duties often includes getting some rice going in the rice cooker with a delay timer. So at a certain point of the day, it like actually starts cooking, and it smells so good. We have this like homemade like powdery chicken bouillon type stuff that you can use to make chicken stock on demand, so that we don't have to buy cartons of chicken stock, because we don't use that much of it, but it's nice for when you're cooking rice. And it smells really good. It kind of smells like a chicken flavor ramen packet, to give you an idea. So it's kind of like taking that kind of flavoring and then cooking rice in it. What was I doing? Nothing.
Okay, we get to leave here now. We're done with Thunder Plains. Much the same as Necro. Well, hang in there, y'all. Hang in there for the downs. I'm glad to hear that there are ups to accompany the downs, but hang in there for those downs. All right, we're gonna save. We're gonna go back to the airship. And I think what we're gonna do next is the Cactuars. I think I want to check out the Cactuar stuff before the fighting tournament. So let's go back to Beaconell and get our next clue about where the next Cactuar is, because I don't think we have that currently. To the Cactuar Nation. Maybe we'll get to go to the Central Expanse if we beat this super boss. Alright. You're the one that says this thing. Okay. Oh, hello. Hello, little Cactuar babies. Alright, we need to find which other cactus is awake right now. Is it this one? Oh, we haven't even brought these two home. That's why they're running around. Okay. So now we should have a newly awakened cactus here. This camera angle sucks. That's like the primary one. Or is it? Maybe it's not. Maybe this... No, this is a new one, I think. Let's see. Oh yeah, this is like the main one. This is Marnala. Alright, so where's the newly awakened one? Ah, here we go. Okay. I am the mother of Islaya the Sage. I am oft called the Wise Mother. Islaya embarked to follow in the footsteps of our Cactuar forebears who left the desert in ages past. Islaya, my sage son, have you found the Cactuar stones they left so long ago? Okay. Well, we've seen a lot of these in a couple of different places. Try not to get burned to a crisp and take good care of yourself. Okay, so I'm pretty sure this is the Thunder Plains. Where we just were. Ooh, you're making coffee, Necro? Can you make me one too? That sounds great. The screen shaking that's going on right now is really annoying. It's pretty late in the day, but your throat does not feel good and you need to warm something with honey. Ooh, you like to put honey in your coffee. Very nice. That's a good flavor combo. Yeah, thanks for hanging out, Larvy. Appreciate it. Good luck on the PS2 journey. Oh yeah, I don't want your ick, Necro. You've got to put on your hazmat suit and make a totally separate cup and fax it to me. Also, are you a fan of throat coat tea? Have you ever had throat coat tea before? For me, when my throat is hurting, that is the thing that I have to have. I cannot stand when my throat hurts. It's like the most annoying thing. It's like impossible to not fixate on. And it always makes me feel way sicker than I might actually be.
It's awful. You just hate the flavor of it. Yeah, it is a weird flavor. It's kind of black licorice-y. I don't love the flavor of it, but it gives me so much relief that I tolerate it. I don't know what you could do though to like change the flavor profile enough to make it tolerable. What is this? Oh, it's an open chest. God, it is so hard to see in this area. Alright, so am I going to have to, like, engage with all of these? Or is he just going to be located next to one of them? Doesn't look like I can engage with them. You don't mind the flavor? Yeah, I don't... I would put myself in a similar category, Arcadia. I don't mind the flavor, but I definitely don't get excited about the flavor. But yeah, slippery elm bark has a very distinct flavor. And it just so happens that it makes your throat go numb, which is incredible when your throat is in pain. They do make like a... They do make a lemon throat coat, and I do think that one tastes better. If you like lemon tea, you might be able to hide that one with some honey and just convince yourself that it tastes like lemon, honey, and like peppermint. Ooh, that might actually be the strat. That might actually be the strat. If you like peppermint, I bet you could hide throat coat's flavor behind some like pepperminty-esque flavor. Because that's also really strong. You don't like lemon either? Oh, man. Yeah, you're boxed in. Oh, there's a chest right there. Wow, I didn't even notice. I was just mashing the X button near the Cactuar Stone. Slippery Elm Bark really does sound like it got lifted out of a spell book from a medieval fantasy. You're totally right, Arcadia. It's like the reaction that I had when I found out that Dandelion and Burdock Cordial was a real thing and not just something that Brian Jakes made up for the Redwall books, and that I could get it and drink it. But that unfortunately is like another like kind of black licorice-y kind of flavor. I still like it though, just for the association. Fentimans makes a Dandelion and Burdock cordial soda. Oh, I think I see him. Yeah. Yeah, peppermint might be the route to go, Necro. I know it's a lot of work just to be able to drink something that you find revolting, but I feel like some peppermint oil could probably cover up the slippery elm bark, and you could trick yourself into thinking that it's just peppermint tea. Ooh, throat coat in the coffee. Yeah, I don't think that would work. There are some teas that mix well with coffee. That's a really fun combination. What's the name for that? There's a name for mixing coffee and tea together. I forget what it is. But yeah, I feel like if it's a tea that goes well with milk, you could really make something happen there. You know, like black tea, coffee, milk, that's gonna work. Little sweetener, of course, if you like. Okay, is this any different than the Cactuar game we've done before? No. Alright, I'm really bad at this, I think. But luckily it doesn't matter. Yeah, it's a dirty latte, yep. Like a shot of espresso added to like a tea latte is usually referred to as dirty. Dirty, I'm a big fan of dirty chai. That's an incredible combination. Do you have friends? Oh, he's just teamed up with the stones. I see. It's so fast.
This is so hard. So unnecessarily hard. I can't imagine like forcing yourself to get a perfect score on all these. Which I'm sure you have to do for 100%, which sounds like absolute hell on earth. Thank God they were smart enough to make it to where you don't have to win this game to get them back. It's just for fun. We've only succeeded on one of these out of the like 6 Cactuars we've done. Alright, now we gotta go back. And I forgot to remove the charm bangle, but it's actually fine. I'm gonna remove it now though, because I do want to keep gaining experience. Where is the MP by 60%? Yeah, gold bracer. We only have one mithril bangle. Definitely want to keep the Kaiser Knuckles on Riku, though. That's making it fantastic for her to stay a thief. Once she masters Thief, we can probably switch away from it, but... How's it going, Kayla? Wait, what was blasphemy? The mixing of coffee and tea? Oh, you have Borgur? Oh, Borgur sounds so good. I haven't had bread in, like, 50 days. Or cheese. And it's all I want. It's, like, all I can think about. I think about pizza, like, every 2 hours. I could still technically eat a burger, but it would have to be bunless and cheeseless. Which is still enjoyable, but definitely less enjoyable. I have not had a burger since the beginning of the drought. You've never thought to steep tea in coffee? Yeah, they kind of are different planes of existence. That would be an interesting experiment, though. Like, instead of pouring hot water over your tea bag, just pouring it right out of a pot of coffee. There's definitely certain ones it would work for. I'm sure you could find some cool combinations. I do feel like you probably need milk to tie it all together, though, most of the time. Unless you're doing, like, black coffee, black tea. But it just sounds like it'd be too bitter. It's just, like, bitter on bitter. But maybe not. Maybe people who like it really, really strong could get down with it. Okay, now we gotta go back to Beaconell and get our next Cactuar clue. You don't like tea and water, which is what led you to tea and coffee. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I guess there probably are people who just, like, steam milk and just steep the tea in milk immediately and there's no water at all. I've never tried that before. That would be pretty wild. But it's probably a thing. But it's also funny because, obviously, coffee is water. It's just dirty water. Bean water. Islaya. I think it's time you took a little nap. Alright, we got Islaya. Let's see who's awake now. Yeah, I didn't think that that's what the term milk tea referred to, though. Arcadia. But maybe it is. I've always associated milk tea as, like, tea with milk. Not tea, like, made from milk. But I suppose that makes sense. Chiappa. Why does that name sound familiar? I heard from him just the other day. He says he's going to meet up with some friends. The meeting point, it's some secret place high, high up, somewhere he can take in the town and the woods. Okay, so Mount Gagazet. What do I know the name Chiappa from? Is that like a legacy Final Fantasy name? Chiappa. It sounds so familiar. That's just the... So that maybe that's the difference between a tea latte and a milk tea. Could be.
That's the gist of it.
There's also milk cap tea, which is like milk foam on top of a tea.
and I guess not mixed in like a latte. Maybe that's what the difference is there. I only know the term, not the definition. No, it's definitely not Cheapu from Suikoden 4. No, it's definitely not him. I don't know if that was a joke suggestion or not, D. Holmes, but that's really funny. I hated Cheapu. He was so goofy. I didn't hate him, that's mean to say. Coming out of work lurk to say it's very close to Waka's brother's name. No, it's not Chapu. I'm not thinking of Chapu. I'm thinking specifically of Chiappa. There's something about Chiappa that is triggering a memory. I'm gonna have to Google it. Well, maybe I'll do it after I find where this guy is, in case I accidentally spoil it for myself. Maybe that's kind of unsafe for me to Google. I don't know. Yeah, it sounds so familiar. I don't know why. Maybe we'll get lucky and run into Garrick here, where it kind of looked like we saw him on the Comsphere. Oh, how Tidus is the spitting image of Chapu. Yeah, they really ruined that with this game. They really had a chance to, like, show the player that they did look alike, but they don't. Just further evidence that Waka is an aloof idiot, I guess. Identical, really. Yeah, that frozen Comsphere looked like it was looking at this screen, except it was, like, icy and frozen over. We had a fine time with encounters here, so I have them back on so that we can get more AP. I guess maybe the implication is that it was more their similarity in age. Like, Tidus was closer in age to Chapu when Chapu died, and because he was such a big part of Waka's life that maybe he just, like, saw him in him, even though it was in, like, the most slight way. Maybe I feel like maybe that's the more charitable interpretation. Get them wasps out of here before they poison us. He tried to use stop on someone and they're immune to it. That was pretty pog. I forgot that we had some passive status immunities. Well, I thought for sure we'd see them on the summit. This is the town that they wanted to overlook. And I believe the next screen is the forest. So, if they're not on this screen, we probably need to go back a little bit. Okay, I think Riku just mastered Thief. Come on, video game. Thank you. Let's see. Yeah, she's mastered Thief. I don't know what else to do with her. I really don't want to do Lady Luck. Because I don't like it. So, I don't know, maybe I'll just switch her back to Warrior to get more Warrior stuff. Because we do often, like, use, like, a double or triple Warrior build, so... I guess that's what we'll do. It would be so great to find some other dress sphere that we could use on her. She's totally ready for it.
Okay, looks like the Cactuar is not here, so I'm going to go back the other way. I love how hard and fast we can hit right now, though. Riku's going to be hitting really hard now. We had her with this accessory that boosts her strength by 50 points to compensate for how low the strength stat is on Thief. But now it's getting added to the warrior strength stat, so she's just walloping.
You're not getting away.
I thought it said a sacred place, Kayla, not a secret place, but maybe it did say secret. I mean, there's a lot of indoor environments on this Gagazet map, so it could be anywhere, I guess. There's a couple of little, like, alcoves, but not really, like, a proper cave, other than just, like, the whole interior of it. So I'll just search the whole map. Farm some AP. Okay, get the Wasp first. The Vespa. There we go. Wait, Riku, why did you learn SOS Critical? I just put you on something else. Oh, wrong thing. It must have been somebody else that learned SOS Critical. It was Yuna that learned SOS Critical. We'll do Dismissal here instead of Spare Change. I'm not going to throw my money at anybody. One day you want to try to New Game Plus this? Man. I guess I would be interested, like, if New Game Plus, like, tells you where to find everything. I might be interested in doing something like that. Like, if it just, like, out and out tells you all the things that you missed and where to get them, I could maybe be talked into doing that, but even still, I don't know about it. Is there a Cactuar in this little alcove? It's pretty close to the summit. Oh, we got an Oversoul. Get rid of the statusy Wasp. Yuna, why are you dead? Also, this is my first time testing out the new garment grid. It does work the way that I thought it would. So Riku has her full white magic menu as a warrior, which is amazing. Alright, we're so back. And it looks like Pain already has access to her swordplay menu. Right? Oh no, that was Yuna. Or no, it was Riku, sorry. But Pain has access to her black magic menu now too. Okay, no Cactuar in there. It sucks that we didn't get this set up when we came here to look for Garrick at the beginning of the stream. Because we've already combed the entirety of this map once. And I know I could turn encounters off, but I want the AP. Save again. New Game Plus has some special stuff in the creature capture part. Oh, interesting. That the first run doesn't have. I already knew that, like, creature capture in this game was a thing, even though we haven't run into it in the game, so that's not a spoiler for me, technically, since I already knew of its existence. But yeah, I have no idea what that entails. We haven't even seen that in this game. I don't know where that is. Let's try the phosphorescent, bioluminescent, mushroomy area. Maybe there's a cactuar there.
That's it?
Oh, no worries, Sam. No worries. Luckily you dodged a bullet there, and I already knew about it, despite having not seen it. Because isn't there like a creature capturing thing in 10 as well? As some kind of like side game that's like a big part of... I want to say it's called like Monster Arena or something, right? Like that, right? Maybe I'm thinking of something else. This looks like a sacred place, right? I mean, the whole mountain is sacred, so I don't know what to make of that, but... It's the arena in 10, okay. Cactuar. Meeser Cactuar. Riku is devastating these enemies. Learned hurt! Yay, now we know how to hurt people. Finally. Was that Pain? Pain learned how to hurt. That's funny. Damage according to current HP? So does that mean you do more damage the more HP you have, or inverse? Oh yeah, auto regen? Absolutely we're gonna learn that. Alright, Cactuar is not in the glowy cave. The precedent so far is that they're always visible to the naked eye, so I don't think I'm gonna need to like interact with something in order to see it. So, I'm not gonna like run around everywhere mashing the X button unless it's in an area where I literally can't see. We will find him. Or them. Oh yeah, there's just a tiny little bit of Nema visible down there, isn't there, Kayla? Right down here. We're looking for a Cactuar. There's a bunch of Cactuars that are roaming around Spira. And if we round them all up, we can go into this little optional dungeon area that will probably give us a garment grid or a dress sphere, I pray. Or some accessory. Those seem to be the three common rewards. Mostly dress spheres and accessories in our experience. But I'm mostly just trying to do all the optional content before proceeding with the story, because it seems like we're at the end. Yes, we are on Chiappa. Bye-bye. Yay, more high potions. I should probably top off, actually. Oh no, we're fine. No hints, thank you. I'm sure we'll be fine. Alright, we'll try this way. Here's a little cave. Suppose I should also be like pressing or holding the circle button. Sometimes there's like weird things you can jump to that aren't obvious. Alright, we'll try this glowy mushroomy area. I really wish there was a way to open up like a full map in these areas. Some of them it's really easy to get turned around, even with a true north. This one is one of them for me, because there's a lot of like weird over-under altitude overlapping kind of stuff. Are you over here? On the other side of this little break? No. Okay. If I've searched the whole area and I still haven't found them, I'll put the charm bangle back on so that I can do a second scan more easily. Nima, please. It's just our neighbor closing their car door. Not a big deal. They're allowed to do that. There are no guests arriving that you need to alert me to. Does this lead back up to the summit? It shouldn't. Whew, 2,000 damage from Riku. Good girl. Oh yeah, this is this dead end. Hello? Yo, Kayla, thank you for the tier 1. Appreciate that. Would you like a wheel spin for your support? And welcome in, Draconics. We are circumstantially grinding. The main purpose of our exploration right now is to try to find one of the cactuars. We're working on the cactuar side quest. But I'm taking the encounters for AP. Because there are some, like, super strong bosses as part of the other side content that I would like to attempt and feel sufficiently powered up for. I think we've gained, like, 8 levels today, so we're cruising. Okay, nope. Good puppies. No. Every time a car door closes and they don't react, I'm going to praise them. Yeah, sit down, big guy. Have I ever once thought when I play 10, I gotta do Dark Aeons and Penance one of these days? No. No, I haven't. I didn't know that they even existed until way after I had beaten the game for the first time. And I looked up what went into doing 100% in that game, and I told myself, absolutely not. I've watched some people grind out some of the 100% stuff, like Penance and Super Bosses and Dark Aeons and all that stuff on stream. I've watched a couple different people do a couple of those things, and it all just looks very unfun. Like, I like... We talked about this a little bit a few streams ago. Like, I like challenging battles with heavy mechanics focus. You know, we talked about the Octopath Traveler, Super Boss, and everything like that. But I very much feel like the way that the Super Bosses in Final Fantasy X specifically are set up is... There is basically one extremely inflexible solution to the battle, and you have to arrive at that solution in order to succeed. It's not like, here's a tough battle that's you know, got some gimmicks and some tricks, and it's solvable in a couple of different ways, and you have to use your prowess as a player to try to figure out the best way to tackle it with what you know how to do.
That is the kind of stuff that I like. And that's what the like bonus content and super boss and all that stuff were like in Octopath Traveler. Sure, there's gonna be a definitive best way to beat it, but it wasn't like the only way to survive. But a lot of the fights, especially stuff like Penance, it kind of seems like it's like, okay, you got to do this, 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 you know, and you have to like exactly know the patterns of the enemy and exactly when certain attacks are going to happen so that you as the party can do very specific things to prepare for it. And it just seems way too scripted. You know, I wouldn't want to just sit there and follow a step-by-step guide to perfectly execute it. That wouldn't give me any satisfaction. And it doesn't seem reasonable to like figure it out on your own. You know, you'd have to attempt it like dozens and dozens of times. And that just doesn't sound fun either. So I'll probably never do it. I'm opening a prediction. Pikachu versus Fox. You've got 2 minutes if you want to make a channel point wager. We'll be starting an ad break shortly after that to kill the pre-rolls for another hour. And I'm going to have to grab a snack during the break because the freaking rice smells so good. Stinking up the house with beautiful chicken broth smell. Making me hungry. But yeah, I don't think I'll ever 100% Final Fantasy X. There's a lot of other Final Fantasy games that I haven't 100%ed that I would definitely want to 100% first. I think the bigger issue is just justifying any type of replay of a Final Fantasy game. I have a strong desire to replay all of them for the most part, or you know, all the ones that I like. I'd love to replay them all, but it's just such a big commitment time-wise to even just do one of them. I haven't had a lot of success playing games off-stream lately, and I have a couple of games that I'm in the middle of off-stream. So if I was going to be doing replays off-stream, I'd need to figure that out. And obviously if I'm doing them on-stream, that's just time taken away from clearing the backlog, which feels antithetical to me as well. There we go. Make sure we get rid of the non-Oversoul one first. Dude, having the full white magic menu on Riku is incredible. I'm still bummed that we have gotten so many garment grids instead of dress spheres, but that is a really, really good garment grid to have gotten. So I'm happy we made it through that math gauntlet to get it. All-time white magic is so important. The all-time black magic one is great too, and also important. But the all-time white magic one feels like it's probably the most important one. I could see a world where we maybe switch that to Yuna instead of Riku, so that Riku can be more physically focused. Because Yuna has all the like buff and debuff stuff, so she could like hang out in Songstress and Gunmage while having access to white magic, which would be pretty awesome. But also Songstress is weird because you have to keep doing the thing. You only get the effect of like the songs while it's happening, and then as soon as you switch to something else, you lose the effect. So that's something to consider too. Okay, we're gonna run this ad break. I'll be back in about 3 minutes. Thanks for being here, yo. Good luck if you're in the prediction.
Free for all! 3, 2, 1, go!
All right. Welcome back. Sorry, I took a few extra minutes there to get myself a little snack. Thanks for waiting. Pikachu pulls it off, and we got the rare sleepy victory animation, which is always a blessing. We feel blessed by that. That'll make it 1-1 after 2 rounds. Did it go to sudden deaths, Ness? Let's see what the predictors thought. Ooh, big payout for the Pikachu fans. Congratulations, believers. Sudden death, nice. Well, someone's got to challenge. Someone's got to challenge Fox, you know. The most wins that have ever been scored against Fox is 2. So if Pikachu even manages 3 wins, but still loses the matchup 8-3, that would still put Pikachu in a class of his own, as the only fighter to score more than 2 points against Fox. It's been that bad. Okay. Scores are updated. And also another reminder that if you want to choose our next 2 fighters, you can do so with 1,000 channel points. That's wide open. You can pick anybody you want for the red corner, because nobody's done all their matchups yet. And if somebody snipes you, you can choose their opponent. I can help guide you through that process as we whittle down our remaining matchups. I'll let you know who's an eligible opponent for whoever gets picked first. Okay. Back to the game. We're still wandering around on Gagazet, trying to find a Cactuar. We've searched almost the entire map. Once we have searched the whole map, if we haven't found them, I will turn encounters off, and we'll try to search a little more expediently the second time through, in the interest of time. We're getting some rockin' EXP and AP, though. We're really, really strong. We're defeating enemies really, really fast. And it doesn't seem like the enemies of this area have scaled up too much recently, so we're doing pretty good here. I like that Riku's regular attack does the same amount of damage as Yuna's crit. I don't know why Yuna levels up slower than the other 2 characters, though. That's kind of wild. I would not have expected this game to have character-specific EXP curves. But I guess that's a thing in, like, most Final Fantasy games. I remember the first time I really, really tried to do something in RPG Maker. It blew my mind when I found the EXP curves. Oh, the little guy's playing the xylophone. I can hear him, and I'm watching him on the monitor. He really likes his xylophone.
No problem.
As I believe is pretty common with children his age and just babies in general. They really like kind of like hitting and slapping things, because it's a way for them to like interact. And, you know, like they like making sounds, and they're feeling the touch. It's exciting to them. So he likes the xylophone because he gets to hit something and it makes sound. Are you over here? This would be a good spot for you to be. Ah, dang it. The thing that irks me about the xylophone is that it's not properly tuned. It's like microtonal. It has like six little keys on it. And it's, which is also an annoying number of keys. Like give me 5, give me 7. Why are you gonna give me 6? 8 would be ideal. But I think it has like 6, which is really weird. And you know, they're supposed to be, they're spread out in such a way that it's supposed to sound like a major scale, but they're not properly tuned. So if you try to go with like a 1 3 5 3 1, like play like a little chord or arpeggio,
they're like slightly off. So it's got some like equal temperament hipsterism going on accidentally. Is there a cactuar right here? This would be a good spot for a cactuar. Come on. Punch that wasp right out of the sky. Man, that was such a good little snack break that I had. I needed that. I don't smell the rice so much anymore either, which is nice. I'm getting used to it. So that's making me less hungry. What's something for antidote? God, the main thing I'm smelling right now actually is onion. For part of the meal prep that I did this morning, I had to chop up some onions. And it was a white onion, which we usually don't use. But we chose to use a white onion for a specific reason. And white onions can be really, really powerful and strong. Like, I've never had a red onion or a yellow onion like make my eyes water or like irritate my eyes. It's always only been white onions. And it's not always with white onions, but they're the only ones that do it for me. And sometimes they are so strong that it's like unbearable. But another thing that happens is if you like chop up an onion and then put it in the fridge, it blooms. You know, a bloomin' onion is not just an appetizer at Outback Steakhouse. It's like a thing that happens after you like cut the onion open, because it's like letting out all these like gases and stuff, and if you like contain it and that stuff doesn't have anywhere to go, it gets kind of nuts. So knowing this, diced the onions and measured it to the measurements that it needed to be, and put it in 2 containers, because one's for one thing and one's for another. And those containers are supposed to be watertight and airtight. And I was still smelling the bloom of the onion in the fridge through those containers. So then I put the airtight containers inside of a Ziploc that's also supposed to be, you know, watertight and roughly airtight. And it's still stinking up the place through the refrigerator door gasket. Like, as soon as you walk into, like, the living room and near the kitchen, you can smell the onions. And there's, like, 3.5 layers of protection between your nose and the onion. It's insane how strong they are. If they were gonna be in the fridge for any longer, I would do something about it. But they're gonna get cooked tonight, and then, you know, we'll just deal with it and wait for it to dissipate. Yes, there are layers, Smashington. Okay. Well, I feel like we've pretty much searched the whole of this map. I think there was a fork up here that we haven't checked yet. Let me assess that. I'm pretty sure the cactuars are only available sequentially, Kayla, because we have been to so many of these areas before activating the side quest. I'm pretty sure you have to do them in a specific order, because only one of the mother cactus is like online and interactable at a time, and I think, you know, it's telling you where like the current cactuar is, and then once you get that one, will a different cactus activate and tell you where another cactuar is. And we've done this enough times to where we would have seen one of the out of order ones in their corresponding place, just circumstantially. So I don't think it's a thing where, like, oh, we've actually already found this one and we forgot about it because we found it out of sequence. That's not what's going on right now. Okay, Yuna's just auto-learning here. That's fine. I'm also blown away that we never found Payne's special dress sphere. I'm really shocked that that would have been off the beaten path. Okay, let me go back this way just a little bit. Let's see if I missed a fork somewhere. Yeah, I don't think we went this way. And this could be where he is. Or, I don't know.
This'll only take 2 rounds. Give me 1.
Where they are. Well, good prediction, Riku. She said give me 2 rounds. I mean, I guess it was technically only 1 round, but it was 2 attacks. Oh, come on, little Cactuar. Where are you? It's got to just be some path that I didn't go down because I got mixed up and turned around. I don't think there's any way that I just, like, walked right by it. And it's just, like, well hidden. That seems nigh impossible with the color palette of this area. I'll go ahead and turn off encounters here. Not abilities. Where's my charm bangle? Yeah, what is this one again? Oh, that's not what I was thinking of. Wish there was a way I could, like, sort these or favorite them or something. There we go, charm bangle. Okay. Now we have the randos off. This will speed things up a little bit. And it might make train of thought a little bit easier, too. But yeah, sometimes the field of view, like, scrunches way down like this, and it's kind of awkward. So I might do some really nonsensical looking movement in the interest of searching. So we check down here. This would have been a good spot for it. But not down there. Wait, this is where I just came from. Yeah, this mini-map is a little confusing to read when there's altitude involved. Not over here. We didn't utilize any of the elevators. This is another little random alcove that could have been good. But alas, no. And this is kind of the end of the snowy section right here, I think. Oh, I hate it when they do that. Yeah, and now we kind of enter the, like, indoor section. We have our big platform here. overlook with nothing on it. I'm impulsively holding down the circle button in case there's any weird jumpies I can do. Alright, and now we're in this section. This looking section. Oh, can we go up here? Ah, this might be it. I totally forgot about this. Circle button to the rescue. This is probably it, because they also said that the cactuar was high up. Oh, hello. Haven't seen you before. Maybe we'll find Garrick up here, too. This is the path to the hot springs, I think. Oh, what the... Is that moving? There's a chest on it. What the heck was going on there? I did not imagine that. Hold on. Yeah, it like moves away as we get closer. He's doing like the Looney Tunes hiding inside of a shrub thing. What's going on there? I'm holding the circle button, by the way. That's where we kicked Seymour's butt? God, I don't remember any of like the finer details about FF10. How could I possibly get that if it's not just running over here and jumping? That's so silly, the way that it just like creeps away from you. I guess maybe there's a way to get to it from above and the waterfall is a clue? We'll press on for now. I'll remember that that's there. Oh, here's the comm sphere for the hot springs. We can't go in. Oh, there's a save point here. Oh, this is the Faith Scar. Okay. Well, we've definitely explored some of this area on revisits. But hopefully we find what we're looking for here. Is this the one that leads to the area that is familiar? No, this is also different. I remember this. Does this just wrap back around to the other cave? Looks like it is the other one. Yeah, this is the cave with the retreating chest. Okay. Alright, well, let's go back through here, and then we'll go up. Assuming this isn't a one-way. I don't think it is. Yeah, 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 yeah. Wait, hold on. You go this way? Oh. I don't know if we've ever been over here. Where does this go? To a chest. Wow, a high potion. How long ago was I supposed to find that? That's so weird. It could also be one of those, like, respawning chests, though, where, like, that was maybe something better the first time we were here, and then it got changed at some point, instead of being an empty chest that got refilled. I don't really know how that mechanic works in this game, so... Okay, now let's go over here. Can we go this way? only up? Only up. Okay. Okay, we got 2 paths again. Okay, what about this way? Nice ledge grab, Yuna. Oh. Hello. Sneaky rocks. I love how they just, like, see you coming and they're like, oh, shoot, 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 shoot. Get out of the way. Go, 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 go. What could possibly be the answer to that? Oh, she's coming, she's coming. Oh, she's coming back, she's coming back, she's coming back, she's coming back. Okay, that could be a thing. Man, I don't remember any of this. Let's see if I can, like, jump down from over here. No. This seems like it would be kind of, like, directly above that other platform, so I thought maybe. Okay, where does this cave go? Another chest. Wow, a phoenix down. Pog. Alright, what's up here? Nice little waterfall view moment. No, hold on. No. I can't stop thinking of Skies of Arcadia when I hear that part of this song. Oh! What was that? What happened? What is this? I don't remember ever seeing that screen. Is there more than one way to go here? Or that's just what happens when you climb up? She just, like, automatically jumps. Okay. Sure. Well, this feels like entirely new territory. We may have come up here, like, the very first time we visited here and we were chasing, like, LeBlanc or whatever. Trying to see if I can jump down from here. Nope. Okay, so we can go up this way. And there's stuff. But what about over here? Oh, we got a glyph. Oh, this elevator. I remember this. Can I go up here? To this little purpleness? No? Okay, well, let's go this way first. Before we ride the elevator. Wait, this whole area? This doesn't even feel like Mount Gagazet anymore. I know the music didn't change, but this is from, like, the very beginning of the game. There's a chest that's open. There's so much to this area. I completely forgot about all of this. I didn't even remember that this was connected to Gagazet. And then there's this whole interior area. This doesn't feel like where the Cactuar would be, though. Because it seems like that's supposed to be in, like, a snowy place. Wait. This is all from, like, so long ago. We already did all this. I don't remember what's back here. I'm gonna get so turned around in here. I don't think I want to be in here. I don't think the Cactuar is going to be in here either. Or Garrick. I care more about the Cactuar, though. I'm going to continue to trust the episode complete. Even though we know that that's not always true. Can we keep going up this way? Oh god, sorry about that. No. Looks like the only way to go further up would be to go inside. Okay, well, I guess that's fine. I really don't think there's going to be anything in here, but we'll check it out. Because, yeah, this is like, I think this is literally where we started the game. We, like, landed in a weird place after jumping out of the airship, and we landed on top of this tower. Oh god. Why, camera? That's such like a cardinal rule that should never be broken. Like, swapping from one fixed camera angle to another fixed camera angle such that the previous direction you were holding causes you to, instead of move forward, immediately move back to where you were before. Okay, this is a dead end with a chest. Got it. It's fine. Nice. It's cool how there's multiple ways to cross those little platformy gaps. It makes it a lot less annoying. Especially since there's no telegraphing of, like, the specific places where you can do it from. There's no glowy circles like in Final Fantasy 13. Which I would not mind at all. I don't mind a little yellow paint in my video game. Is there a Cactuar up here? You'd have a pretty good view of the town from up here. And the forest. Just no snow. No. I don't think we're done, though. I think we can continue to go up. Yep. Really all the way back where we started. Zanarkand is a city, not a town. I don't know that that's a level of hairs that we need to split. Whatever it is at the bottom of the mountain is clearly what they're talking about. I don't remember if the word town or city was used, but I'm pretty sure it was town. But it's neither a city or a town at this day and age, so we don't really have to worry about it. Oh, by the way, I missed if you said earlier, Kayla, but did you want a wheel spin for that sub? I do appreciate it. But we don't have to spin if you don't want to. Just want to make sure I do it if you do want to. Alright, we get to go back down now. So despite all of this new / forgotten territory, we did not find anything except for a red ring, which I think we already had 2 or 3 of. Go for it whenever you want. Okay, cool. We'll do it, Actually, I need to run one more ad. So why don't we do that? I think they're actually barking at the little guy that time. He just moved something around. And I don't think they recognized the sound. Alright, we leap down. Thank God for the charm bangle. Okay, I don't think we missed anything in this upper part here. So we're gonna go all the way back down. You forgot you could return to those ruins? Yeah, it's very specific, isn't it? So fast, so nimble. Save again for no particular reason. Just because we're seeing a save point. Oh, wait, did we go over here? I don't know that we went over... Oh, this is the hot springs. Of course we went over here. Okay. Well, wait a second. Did he already start a new game plus? Oh god, no. I would never. And then we already went up and over this, and that just led to another dead-end cave, right? Is this just the one that wraps around to the other side? Yeah, okay. Just want to make sure I'm not missing anything. After all this time we've invested. I'm just going to go ahead and run this ad. I'm going to flip over. And this will be the last one of the day. Don't forget to vote in that tactical RPG poll. Please and thank you if you're in the Discord. Let's spin the wheel before we run the ad. For Kayla, thank you again. God. Can I get this to clip on properly? Thank you. All right, let's go over here and let it rip. Pink is unlocked, orange is still locked. What do we got? A game gush. All right. So, if there's a game from the backlog that has not been previously gushed that you'd like me to gush, feel free to pick one out. Doesn't have to be today necessarily, since we only have like an hour left. But here's the list of games previously gushed, and here's a full list of games. Okay, I'm gonna run this ad. I'll be back in 3 minutes. Last one of the day. Thank y'all for being here.
Time up! This game's winner is... Fox!
Doo-doo. Fox wins again. All right. Welcome back, folks. Thanks for sitting through the ads. Fox goes up 2-1 over Pikachu. Scores have been updated. All right, and we're back. We're still combing over Mount Gagazet here, looking for a Cactuar. Not finding it. But we haven't given up yet. Oh, also, hold on. I can't see chat right now. Now I can. I noticed that some of the commands don't have updated emote text. So I was updating some of those during the break. Still have a few more of those to do. Okay. So that whole detour is done. Now we're back in this spot where I really feel like we saw everything, but we're going to check again nonetheless. Have we never gushed Star Fox 64 before? That would be wild if we haven't. Final Fantasy Adventure I've never played. Golf Story I've never played, so those would be really short gushes. Crystal Chronicles is a good shout. I've never beaten that game, but I have plenty to say about it. Where is this Cactuar? This makes me want to go back to the desert and read the text again, even though I feel confident that most of it was pretty insignificant. And then this is a dead end, even if I hold circle. Well, if it's not on the list, it's a viable candidate. If we gush it and I forget to write it down, then it is my gift to you all to allow it to be gushed again. But yeah, the list is supposed to be in order that they happen. There's no other rhyme or reason to it. That's probably why it looks scattered. It's not ordered by like console or anything like that. Release here. I just type them in the order that they happen. Okay, let's go right first this time. These parts should be very easy to search because there's like no branching paths or anything really. So this is the other side of that chasm. Nothing there. Golf Story looks so fun. I do hope I get to play that someday. I have seen a little bit of a slice of that game. Pun unintentional. I didn't completely buy it on a whim. But I don't know much about it other than it's it's like an old school pixel art RPG and a golf game.
And I guess in some regards that's all you need to know, but... Yeah, it is kind of a silly juxtaposition of things, but apparently it's like non-ironically good. I've heard it get slapped with the cozy label, which take that for what you will. I think that means something a little bit different to everybody. A lot of times people will describe a game as cozy, and I don't necessarily think of it as cozy. Seems to get conflated with some other things, in my opinion. Like, I remember hearing a lot of people describe Sea of Stars as cozy. And I was like, I guess I kind of get that. Like, it's nostalgic. You know, it has like some of the songs in the soundtrack are a little cozy. I might agree. And like pixel art, it's like nice to look at. It's like maybe like visually cozy in certain places. But for other people, cozy game means like no thoughts, head empty. You don't have to think about it too hard. You know, and you can like get cozy yourself and play it. You know, a game to play while cozy, not necessarily the game itself is cozy. So I get a little thrown off by that label sometimes. Not in like a negative way, but sometimes I just don't understand why certain games get labeled as cozy. I would never think of Sea of Stars as a cozy game. I would be more inclined to use that to describe games that are like low input, and games that are easy for me to like get a lot of enjoyment out of without doing a whole lot. But when I played Sea of Stars, I was like very actively engaged. You know, I was like paying attention to the stories and the characters and the dialogue, and like the battles are very like mechanically engaging. So for me, that's like the opposite of what I think of as cozy. Even though I could see why like visually and like musically it's kind of cozy. I think that's a weird take, Shane. Like, Sea of Stars was intentionally a love letter to old RPGs. So to say that the mechanics were ripped off seems kind of strange. Like, it's not like they were trying to make anyone think that they came up with it. You know, they were intentionally trying to copy and combine some things that they really liked. I definitely don't agree that it lacked originality. I think it had a lot of originality. Just because it combined elements of something that came before it, I don't think it... Like, you don't need to reinvent the wheel. Right, but think about what you're saying, though, Shane. Like, saying that all indie RPGs copied what we liked as kids, like, there's a reason why they're doing that. They're doing that because modern RPGs aren't doing that. So, like, if they don't give us something that's like Chrono Trigger and Mario RPG and Final Fantasy V or whatever, like, we're not going to be able to get that anywhere else other than just replaying those games over and over. So it's like, it's fulfilling a want that exists for a lot of people. People want games that are familiar to their older sensibilities. I don't see it as a negative thing at all. You know, if like Sabotage was coming out and being like, we have invented the most unique and never before seen battle system ever created for an RPG, you know, and then it was what it is, that might be kind of like, but like they were so very intentionally and clearly intending to like
pay homage to those things. So, I think it's a little bit weird to frame it as a ripoff. Like, that's literally what they set out to do. But if you don't like it, that's fine. You're totally allowed to not like it. Where is this dang cactuar? We're gonna have to go back to Beacon El Desert. Talk to that cactus again. You seen the cactuar? You seen the cactuar? But yeah, it's not a coincidence that that's what indie RPGs are focusing on. Is what I'm trying to say. And yeah, I understand that you're not saying that they're bad, but it is a very negative framing that you're using. You just want more unique takes on combat. But yeah, it's kind of hard, right? Like, if you want it to look and feel retro, that's a big part of it. And if you want it to play like something that's more unique and interesting and new, then you're probably going to go to like whatever weird thing they're trying to do with modern RPGs. It's also like, it's also really hard to imagine something that doesn't exist yet, if that makes sense. Like, is there like a perfect combat system that you have imagined that you wish someone would make? Or is it more of just a thing where you would know it once it comes along? Why is Twitch trying to run another ad? We just ran an ad. Have you seen the cactuar? Unfortunately, we have not seen the cactuar. But yeah, I guess I'm not sure what you're looking for, Shane. Maybe what you're looking for is Expedition 33. I know you said you were enjoying it. But like, you could say that Expedition 33 ripped off Shadow Hearts and Legend of Dragoon. If you wanted to be negative about it. Alright, let's read this again. He's going to meet up with some friends. A secret place high, high up. Somewhere he can take in the town and the woods.
That's the gist of it.
It seems so obvious. A secret place. High, high up. A secret place. Okay, I feel like the secret aspect of it is probably the answer to why we didn't see it. There must be some hidden area of Gagazet that we haven't seen yet. But the fact that it's high, high up, I feel like limits it quite a bit. Maybe it's on one of those platforms with the chests that we can't get to. How do we get those? Yeah, it sounds like it's just a matter of preference, Shane. Like you're recognizing that Expedition 33 is similarly derivative to something like Sea of Stars. You know, it's a combination and a love letter to some other things. It sounds like you just like one more than the other, which is cool. Hopefully there will be. I mean, I guess it's arguable whether or not Expedition 33 is an indie RPG. I don't think it really is, but like also there's no like hard and fast rigid definition for what makes something indie. It's kind of a racket. Where are we going? We're going to Gagazet. Yeah, it's a fairly small team, but it's also like got a pretty large budget and like some pretty well-known like actors, so it's definitely like riding the line. I don't think it's worth arguing over whether or not it's indie. But it's definitely somewhere in a unique place, I guess, on the spectrum. Alright, let's search this summit again, because that's the most sensibly high up place. Where would there be somewhere secret? Somewhere secret. I guess it might behoove me to walk all the way through this area as well. That's a nice view. And I am holding the circle button the whole time, so hopefully if it's something platformy, we'll accidentally stumble upon it. That has served us well in the past. Because I feel like this is getting too low-lying, Boskag's low-down, to be a good view of the forest and the town. Because we're, like, in the town now. Yeah, it'll be really interesting to see how they move forward since this game was so successful for them. It's definitely exciting to think about. Oh, this is just immediately Xanarkand. Okay. And apparently we're in another ad break. I'm just going to play through it. I don't know why this ad break is happening. I ran an ad 30 minutes ago. I know I didn't forget to press the button. I double-checked it as I walked away. Actually, I do need to check on the little guy really quick, so let me just step away while this is happening. Okay. We're back. That was a good move. Not trying to be hard on indie RPGs. You like that turn-based is alive and well. Yeah, totally agree. You're just not expressing your take on them very well. That's all right. I'm sorry if it feels like I'm putting words in your mouth. I know I'm the one that can like speak and edit and be on mic, and you're at a disadvantage in the chat. I think I understand what you mean. I guess I would just say, you know, when you're in a chat and you're at that disadvantage, you probably have to think about your word choice a little bit more. But it's fine. It's just, you know, it's a self introspection moment, which we love. But yeah, it sounds to me like you didn't mean for it to have a negative framing, and it's more just a matter of preference. Like, you know, one example was a hybridization of stuff that you really liked and gelled with you and resonated, and other stuff was a hybridization of things that felt a little more tired and uninteresting to you. But you weren't trying to say, like, you know, that it was bad or that it shouldn't exist or anything like that. That's all cool with me. I understand. Thank you for all the Machu emotes, Smash. I've been getting so much mileage out of the new emotes in other people's chats. I think the Wowie emote is gonna end up being my most used Twitch emote, because it works as like a shy emote. It works as like an Aukies type of emote, which we don't have. And it also works as like a kind of like a fawning, swooning type of emote as well, even though we actually have one of those as well. It's like a light swooning. Maybe. But yeah, I've been getting a lot of mileage out of Wowie. All right, so we need to find a secret area here. You were the same way when you got yours? Yeah, it is exciting. I had reached out to the artist when I purchased them, because they said that they would take commissions or recolors. And so I reached out to them, and I was like, hey, I'm going to go ahead and just purchase these emotes anyways, but how much would it cost for you to recolor them? And how much are commissions? You know, I wanted to get like their pricing or whatever. But I like included that with my message of buying like the first pack of them. And I was like, I was planning on and I said, like, I was planning on just recoloring these myself, but it's going to take a lot of time and effort, so I'm curious what your pricing is. And by the time they could have reasonably responded to me, I had already gone and done all of the recolors myself, and I was like, well, I guess I'm just doing this now. And they never ended up responding to me, so it's a good thing that I went ahead and did it. Yeah, it is nice to see the emotes get used, for sure. I know what you mean. Did you make your own Smashington, or did you get them from an artist somewhere along the way? I'm gonna go back to the like platformy area. I feel like it's gotta be there. It feels like the most secret laden area of Gagazet. And it also feels like it's like the most high up place on the mountain, even though it's not the summit. Technically, like in name. So I'm gonna go back up here. I feel like it's gotta be up here somewhere. You got them from an artist, yeah. But yours are a lot more personal, I feel like. I mean, I guess maybe it's possible that you found a pre-made pack of behemoth emotes. But I'm assuming you commissioned them. Whereas for me, you know, obviously Pikachu is an incredibly popular character. So I benefited from the fact that there's a lot of pre-made Pikachu emotes that I could just recolor. And once Lazy Luca and I decided that, like, the current path we were on of, like, custom making them all just wasn't really gonna pan out. The dogs were pre-made by an artist, and then the behemoth are custom. Oh, cool. So, like, you had their dog emotes, and then they were like, hey, can you make me some? That's cool. Yeah, that's awesome. I guess, you know, ours are technically personalized because I recolored them to the matcha color. But other than that, they're just pre-existing. I feel like it's not going to be at this, like, very top part where we're, like, up in the sky, though. How do I get over there? What if I stand still? Is this like an Earthbound thing? Where they can't see me if I don't move? How could this possibly work? Am I supposed to be, like, invisible? There's nothing I can do to make myself move faster on the overworld. There's nothing I can do to make myself move slower. Oh. Okay. I don't know what happened there. Why did one of them move and not the other? How do I get up there? So maybe it is just time-based. And you have to get there quick enough? Because now the other one moved. That's so weird. So Yuna does the little stumble animation when you're standing on a spot where you can jump. And if this is the spot where I can jump to this platform, you would think that this is the spot where I can jump to the other one. But how do I get up there fast enough? I don't know how I could possibly get up there fast enough. But see, now she doesn't do the stumble animation. Okay, let me try something else. What if I... Nope. Can I go to the left at all? Okay, let me try walking. Maybe the secret is walking? You have to, like, sneak up on it? Maybe they hear you coming? It's so hard to walk. Okay, it's walking. The secret is walking. That's so unexpected. Okay, let's go to the other one and see what that is. That's not the secret that we were looking for. I think that's way down here. What, Nima? Is that you whining, or is that Gobi whining in her sleep? Oh yeah, it's right over here. Huzzah. An elixir. I barely know her. Alright, well, where is this secret area? Let's try in here. So there was a chest over here that kind of felt hidden. But there's nothing else over here. So that's not it. King of Summertime? That's a cool title. Okay, I don't think the secret is in there. We can't go into the hot springs. What about over here? Where does this go? Oh yeah, this is that other random little chest cavity. But not that kind of chest cavity. Okay. Let's hold circle along this ridge here. No. Is it through here? Jump, Yuna, jump! Man, this one must be in a really secret area. I really don't think it's up here. I think this is like too high. Because you were like above the clouds, right? So if their purpose is to see stuff down below, they wouldn't want to be above the cloud line. So I don't think it's up here. But I have no idea where it could be. Alright, well, I'm gonna head back down. And we're gonna leave Gagazet for now. Because it's about time to wrap up. And I think we will try to shift gears and work on some different stuff tomorrow. Because we'll be back with more of this game tomorrow. Yeah, it definitely seems like a good game to have a guide for, Shane. I just don't like playing games with guides on a first playthrough. And I don't usually replay games, so the consequence is I rarely end up using guides. Oh, I'm not familiar with Simpsons stuff. That's why I didn't get that reference, Kayla. Yes, the circle button is like the platforming button, Smashington. So whenever you can like jump to another platform or like grab onto something, you have to press the circle button to do that. So if you're constantly holding it, you'll just like automatically do those things when you're kind of near the right area. And it has allowed us to find some things that weren't super obviously telegraphed. So I was kind of just hoping that we might stumble upon something there. Okay, quick reminders. Vote in the tactical RPG bracket poll if you are in my Discord. There are 4 matchups this week. We're knocking out all of round 2 this week. So you have Bahamut Lagoon versus Phantom Brave. Vote for one of those 2. You have Arc the Lad versus Gene d'Arc. Vote for one of those 2. You have Triangle Strategy versus Tactics Ogre Reborn. Vote for one of those 2. And you have Fire Emblem Shadow Dragon and the Blade of Light, aka Fire Emblem 1, versus Fire Emblem Awakening. Vote for one of those 2. There's a trailer and gameplay video of some kind for all 8 of these games linked in the poll. So if you want to familiarize with yourself with how they look and sound to inform your decision, you can do that. But even if you don't do that or you don't care, just arbitrarily vote. It helps me. At the end of this week, all of those are going to be closed off. The winners of each matchup will move forward. Next week, we will have the semifinals. We'll have 2 matchups between the winner of the top 2 and between the winners of the bottom 2. Will compete next week. And then that will narrow it down from 4 to 2. And there's only 1 stream next week. I will not be playing Final Fantasy X-2 next week. We will just be doing the Tuesday stream. We will be starting Tearaway. Brand new playthrough. Very excited about it. I've wanted to play this game for over a decade. It looks very cool. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. That game is going to be cozy. We talked about the definition of cozy earlier. That game's definitely going to be cozy, I think, by all accounts. So be there for that. But I'll be back tomorrow with more 10-2. We're going to, like I said, shift gears and go for some other side content here. Maybe we'll attempt some of these super bosses. The first thing we'll do is probably check out the fighting tournament, because maybe that's a way for us to get another cool accessory or garment grid, or maybe a dress sphere if we're lucky, to help us take on some of these bosses that we've got before we move forward with the actual end game. I'm playing a show in Minneapolis in October. If you're anywhere near Minneapolis in October, come and see us. It's going to be a blast. It's going to be a VGM show for the ages. We're going to be opening for Bit Brigade, one of my all-time favorite bands. Super, super talented and fun guys. It's going to be a monthly meetup for the convention that I help organize and run the music department for, VGM Con. So you'd get a chance to meet some of the organizers there, as well as very likely the other Backlog boy, the illustrious Vaughn, will probably be there. There's also going to be a B-Boys Soda Shop meetup that same week while I'm in town. I'm definitely going to go to the soda shop and stock up. So I'll let y'all know once I know what day that is. This show is on a Thursday, and I'm probably going to be there like Tuesday through Saturday or something like that. So I might try to do the soda shop meetup after the show on like Friday or something before I leave. But we'll see. I'll let y'all know. I'll ping the Discord. Make sure you have the news role in Discord. I don't do at everyone, although I probably will for stuff like the soda shop meetup. But I usually only use at everyone unless it's like an emergency or some like really spur of the moment thing. But I have roles in there for watch parties when we do the Nintendo Directs, or like GDQ. I have a streams role if you want to get pinged when I go live. I have a news role if you want to get pinged when I announce the schedule for the week and other updates and basically anything going on with me. I do one every Monday. Make sure you got the right roles in there so you get the notifications that you want. Oh, and most importantly, the polls role. If you want to get pinged when a new thing you can vote on goes up, add the polls role. That one's really popular. We also have one for when pictures get posted, if you want to get pinged whenever people are posting pictures in the Discord, for those of us that don't like to read. That's all I got for now. Let's find someone to raid, and we'll get the heck out of there. Let me read this message really quick. Okay. Cool. Who is online today, folks? Where are we headed on this fine Thursday evening? Whoa! Okay, we have to take this opportunity. Eris doesn't usually start her stream this early, so we're gonna raid Eris. Eris is playing Earthbound for the first time. Please be respectful and don't spoil anything. Assume that she hasn't been somewhere, hasn't seen something, hasn't met a character, etc. Assume it's the same rules as here. She hasn't started the game yet. She just went live recently. She usually hangs out and chats for a little bit. She likes to look at pictures of food and talk about all kinds of silly stuff. And I enjoy that too. So we're going to head over there. That's where I'll be lurking for a little while I wait for the lady to get home and do our evening stuff. And let's go over here and hit the button before we run out of time. Thank y'all for hanging out with me today. This was pretty good. We got a lot of stuff done today. We made a lot of level up progress. We got a really good garment grid as a reward for doing some math. I really wanted a dress sphere. I still really want at least one more dress sphere before we finish this game. I don't know if we're going to get it or not, but I want to sincerely engage with as much of this side content as I can possibly stand. And I'm in a decent place with it right now. So we're having fun. Reminder, no Final Fantasy streams next week. Just the Tuesday stream starting Tearaway. I will be off Thursday and Friday next week, hanging out with my dad. And then normal schedule will resume the following week. Vote in that tactical RPG poll so we can narrow down that list for what comes after 10-2. And y'all be good. Let's go say hi to Eris. See y'all later.